Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Rucker,
Here.
Vice President Deshpande. Absent, President Olson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, and we are now on to approval of the agenda. Would someone please move the agenda?
I'll move the agenda for approval.
And a second?
Second.
All right, and I have a couple amendments to the agenda. First off, a staff amendment to add resolution 2026-35, a resolution approving amendment number 2 to the professional services agreement, COM 0007362 with West 8 Urban Design and Landscape Architecture PC for site concept development at 1720 Marshall Street Northeast in cooperation with the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization located within the Above the Falls Regional Park in the amount of $55,000, resulting in a new contract total of $347,729. Could I have a second for that amendment?
Second?
All right, and yeah, this was just staff just making sure we get this item on the agenda. All those in favor, or is there any discussion on this amendment to the agenda? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, the agenda is amended. I will also, I don't know if we need to amend this, but we'll do it just for posterity's sake. I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to move item D 2026-11, 2026 Commissioner Onboarding Department Introductions to just after consent business. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, and the agenda is, and all those opposed? Okay, with that, the amendment passes. Now on to the amended agenda. Any discussion on that? Seeing, oh, we do have some. Commissioner Abeni.
Just a quick thing. I thought there was a sailing school report that was supposed to be a discussion item, no?
Secretary Ringgold.
Thank you, President Olson and Commissioner Benny. That's actually proposed as an amendment to the Planning Committee
Okay,
agenda.
thank you.
All right, all those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? With that, the amended agenda passes. I will also note, Secretary Ringgold, that Vice President Deshpande is here. Okay, we don't have minutes, no closed session, no, I don't think we have reports of officers this week, okay. We are now on to reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, or committees. Commissioners, any updates? Vice President Deshpande.
We, over the last couple of weeks, Pamela Gokemeyer, our legislative director, and Frankie Johnson have organized pizza parties with the House and Senate. And so I've been attending, and Commissioner Abene has been leading that initiative, and it's gone really well. And so I just wanted to thank staff for organizing those, and also for Commissioner Abene for being present and lobbying.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, anything else? All right, that is it for reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, or committees. We are now on to consent business. If there are none that folks would like to poll for discussion, Vice President Deshpande.
I'd like to pull Resolution 2026-4 and Resolution 2026-37.
Okay. We have pulled 2026-4 and 2026-37 for discussion. Any further? Okay. Would someone please move the remainders as a slate for approval?
So moved.
And a second?
Second?
All right. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the slate, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. We are now on to, someone will have to move Resolution 2026-4.
I'll move Resolution 2026-4 A resolution approving the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Aquatic Invasive Species 2026 inspection rules, authorizing the superintendent to implement these rules from May 1st, 2026 to December 1st, 2026, and approving and directing staff to implement the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Aquatic Invasive Species Work Group recommendations for 2026 aquatic invasive species prevention.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Desponde, were you looking for a presentation, or did you have specific questions?
Yeah, I had a few questions when I was looking at the report and the data that was included on the agenda.
Welcome, Deb Pilcher.
So my first question was, I noticed that the rate of violations has increased over time from roughly 10% variable to up to 28.4% in 2025. What's driving that increase?
So one of the things that occurs with the inspections that occur at the 3 Minneapolis boat launches is people are kind of immediately coming off the lake, and the inspectors are right there at the launches. And so sometimes they haven't gotten a chance to clean off their aquatic plants yet. That is usually what's driving what looks like a higher violation rate, because literally our inspectors are just right there on the launches. So it's a little bit of a deceptive statistic of the program. I don't think that that's an intentional violation rate. It's just that our inspectors are just immediately there at the launch, and we go out, and it's really has an educational purpose to being able to go out and talk to people about AIS and, keeping their boats clean. And they just haven't really had a chance to, it's not that they've exited the launch area typically, given where our inspection booths are.
Okay, yeah, because when I was looking at the data, I saw that in 2020, we were performing almost twice as many inspections, but our violation rate was half. So that got me thinking, like, are the watercraft just cleaner 5 years ago, or are inspections not as thorough 5 years ago?
So those are excellent questions. 2020 was one of our biggest years for watercraft inspections at the launches. During COVID, people tended to really stay home, and we had some really significant use of our launches at that time. We sometimes look at our data and wonder, we are fortunate that we've had recurring inspectors come back year to year, and sometimes that will actually increase our violation rate because they get even a little bit better at finding those very, very tiny zebra mussels and other plants. So there's kind of a lot of things that play into those figures and statistics.
Okay, and I noticed on the map of where watercraft is coming from, it only showed lines to other water bodies in Minnesota. Are there no watercraft coming from Wisconsin or other states?
There are watercraft coming from other states, and Wisconsin would be one of them. In Iowa, we get some watercraft from Iowa, especially during some of our sailing regattas and stuff. So I'll have to take a closer look at that figure. We might have just posted what was in Minnesota, because that is our biggest user group, are people within the state of Minnesota.
Okay, and my last question is, what's the end result of all this? Do we feel like we're reducing infestation rates, and how can we prove that? Have we looked at other water bodies nearby?
So I think we believe really strongly in our program that it is helping to prevent AIS new infestations in our lakes in the city of Minneapolis. And it's a difficult thing to prove. I mean, you could look at what other states have inspection programs. The state of Minnesota has one of the more robust inspection programs in the United States. Some of the western states have some pretty good inspection programs too, because they have a smaller number of water bodies they're protecting. A lot of the big reservoirs out there have inspection programs, Nevada, Montana, Colorado. So we also work closely with MASRC, the Minnesota Invasive Species Research Center, and are trying to watch what the trends are in what kind of violation rates or fines and new fines are happening in relation to inspection programs.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, yeah, I'm an experienced boater, so I've been having a boat for a few years. So with the inspection, before our launch, they inspected, and after our launch, they inspected. They even asked the last lake or, body of water that, I was on, so it won't spread to, say, Minnetonka to, another lake. So what I've been seeing a lot, not at our particular lakes that they have with the cleaning stations, the power washers that when you come off, they'll inspect, okay, you got that spot there, they'll allow you to get it off. So I was wondering, is that a possibility that we can get a cleaning station at our lakes?
So it would be wonderful and amazing to have cleaning stations at our lakes. One of our challenges, because we have looked into that it's a great tool for helping to prevent the spread of AIS from lake to lake. We have some challenges with water supply at our lakes in order to be able to actually run a station. There are some mobile stations that I think we've had to come out at times during some really big events that we had. We've worked with like Hennepin County and other places to get these mobile, they call them decontamination stations, that would come when we've had like big regattas. But it's very challenging with the way our lake launches are designed and where our water sources are and the amount of space we have to put in a station like that.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, thank you.
Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about just education and how to go about that. Is there any collaboration that can be done with communication? I was reading through, what's it called, Document D, and so I was just wondering more about like the education, if it could be I think that this would be a great opportunity to bridge communication and, I don't know, just content. And also if this can be provided in different languages or just accessibility in general.
Sure. So the intention of our AIS inspection program is primarily an education program, and we have inspectors stationed at our 3 boat launches from May 1st to December 1st of each year. It's like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. from May 1 to just after Labor Day, and then we reduce the hours a little bit with the reduction in daylight hours. So we're having direct contact of education right there at the launches with people that are launching and also with people that are just using the parks. We have a little kind of informational kiosk there and a lot of materials and if you look at the statistics, and I know there was a lot of pieces in this packet, it's been we're in our 14th year of the program. We have, sometimes 18,000 customer interactions that are non-boater interactions, and it's a great way for us to do education. We also have a really strong internal work group made up of MPRB employees, and communications is on that work group, planning, recreation and aquatics, our asset management, environmental management, which is the department I lead, leads that group, and we work closely with communications on getting messaging out to I'll have to look into what we're doing as far as alternative language formats.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Director Pilger, I believe yours is the next one as well, so you may want to
Sure.
get comfortable. So, all right, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-4, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, the resolution passes. Would someone please move Resolution 2026-37?
I'll move Resolution 2026-37, a resolution authorizing the superintendent to enter into a cooperative service agreement with the United States Department of Agriculture's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service Wildlife Services for wildlife management services from March 18th, 2026 to December 31st, 2028, in an amount not to exceed $60,000.
Second?
Okay, any discussion?
So I have a few questions.
Vice President
Sorry.
Dismonte.
Thank you, President Olson. I have a few questions. One is, how does the DNR play into wildlife issues in relationship with the USDA in this instance?
So we work closely with the USDA for our wildlife management, and they have federal regulations that they have to follow associated with wildlife management, and also state regulations that the DNR issues related to wildlife control and management.
Okay. My second question was around the contractual limits, which seem to vary quite a bit year to year. So our last approved contract was for $180,000, up to $180,000 for about 33 months. This one's for $60,000 for roughly the same time span. Why is there so much of a variance in the pricing?
So very good question. I think our last contract, we have a couple different contracts with the USDA. We have one specific to Weber Natural Swimming Pool where we've had maybe 10 years of experience with them for wildlife control specific at that facility. This contract is for the whole park system, for control and management and advice. And being that this is the second or third time we're entering into this contract with USDA, we've been able to kind of really hone in on what our needs are going to be from them, and we did not feel we'd need to have such a large amount of money available to work with them. We had been interested in creating a wildlife management plan with them when we had the last contract, but we were not able to get that work completed with them. So we've looking at past expenses, we thought it would be prudent to reduce the contract amount.
Okay, and my last question is, there was a lot of emphasis around Canada geese and also beavers, plus maybe white-tailed deer, a couple other species. How often do we actually end up killing animals, or the USDA suggests exterminating animals?
Related to each of those species, or?
Yeah.
So I'll start with the wildlife deer. That's been a very rare occurrence in the park system to have to do deer control, and it's been at just a couple of specific locations. Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden is one of those facilities where we've, in the last probably 15 or 20 years, maybe had a one deer control. We thought we were going to have USDA come out last year because we had a deer that unfortunately got over that very tall fence and got kind of trapped in the garden and was doing a lot of damage to that plant collection. But it got out somehow on its own, and we didn't have to do control, which was excellent. And so very, very little deer control has been our experience. The goose control has been something we've had more active management with, but since we've moved to our contract with the USDA, we've actually had less goose removal, and maybe if I need some specifics, I might have James come up and answer some stuff about the goose control, because he actually leads the goose management program and can talk a little bit about thresholds in our removal. So I'm going to turn that over to him.
Yeah, thanks for the question. With our goose management plan, we have a target of no more than 2 successful breeding pairs per major lake in the system. So as long as we're not going over that threshold, we're perfectly happy to let them live and enjoy our park system as much as we do. One of the things we've been doing with USDA to make sure that we're staying within that threshold and doing so in the most humane way possible is egg addling and doing nest management with the geese. So USDA has been really fantastic in identifying nesting locations and kind of preventing the problem before we get an overabundance of geese. So the last 2 years, we haven't had any goose removal in the system because they've been really diligent and really successful in their work.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think the last species was beaver. We just move them, I'm guessing, usually, or?
So as far as beaver removal, that hasn't been as frequent either as our goose removal program was in the past. We've done some occasional removals related to flood control, especially in the Cedar Avenue, Minnehaha Parkway area, which is a low-lying area, and some of the beavers have been active there and will cause flooding and will cause that roadway to flood. So we, sometime, I know in the last 10-ish years, we had to remove some beaver associated with that. As far as any forestry-related beaver removal, I was looking for Chris. Chris McMaster, our Director of Forestry, could probably give a little more quantification of that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I think it's a similar story with beavers. Very rare are beavers removed or even relocated. Oftentimes we find physical barriers work really well. Part of that is we'll put up some kind of caging around trees that we definitely don't want damaged. one of the ideas that we're working with this year is to use some shellac and some really fine sand and paint them. No further damage to the trees from beavers or the caging that gets left in place. So what we end up with is healthy trees that aren't girdled by beavers or wire. So, yeah. Does that answer the question?
It does, thank you.
Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Thank you, Commissioner Tom, and also Deshpande for, asked similar questions, but prompted me to ask if there's any mapping. I know that, if there's any maps regarding like where, like, in relation, there are beavers or the Canada geese. So just, wondering if there's any maps or just the tracking.
So we have not necessarily done mapping of our removals. We have like records in a spreadsheet and we get reports of where they've done, but I don't believe that we've actually used mapping as a tool in our record tracking.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, just, this might have been covered, but just a little bit. I remember seeing beaver about this time of year on the Mississippi River, and a prior commissioner said, yeah, you know that they get effectively trapped and drowned, and I was pretty concerned about that. And I understand there was a change in practice kind of in the late, like 2019 or something like that. Can anyone speak to that, or what kind of situation would lead to a trap that would drown beavers?
That was a technique that was used probably more than 15 years ago. We had a contract with a trapper that was setting traps, and I remember it being used specifically once at Minnehaha Creek, and that was the technique. I'd have to look deeper and to see what the technique of the USDA uses, but I could let the board know that.
Yeah, it was my also understanding that, I mean, it was Commissioner Meyer at the time, and I communicated with him somewhat recently about this, and it was, there's some sort of scenario that I guess is what I'm asking about that would lead to this form of trapping, but we are to be noticed, I guess, as the Board of Commissioners when that happens. That's just all anecdotal, but, obviously, I want to be on the record as opposed to such trapping methods.
Thanks
Sure,
for-
and I can get the specifics of USDA's removal techniques associated with beavers and share with the board.
That'd be
Hopefully, we
great.
don't have to use it.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, I think this is a pro-beaver board up here, I think. Anti-drowning. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you, Director Pilger. All right, with that, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-37, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? With that, the resolution passes. And now, with minutes before open time, we are on to, as we moved up ahead, Commissioner onboarding. So we'll probably have to interrupt you in 6 minutes here, Al. But
Can you believe it?
All right. Thank you, President Olson and Commissioners. I look forward to the time to spend here and talk about this amazing group of folks. You guys can all come up here if you like and sit up here. They're back there waiting, but great to be here. So let's just get right into this. And I'd like to take a moment really to introduce several key functions within the superintendent's office that support both the day-to-day operations and our broader strategic goals. The superintendent's and deputy superintendent's office split up management responsibilities of all citywide departments and functions. The folks that are going to be coming up here are really, I'd like to say without even speech, that they're an amazing group of people. And I'm really incredibly fortunate to be working with them and also privileged to kind of speak to this department. And just for context, these folks are, do the work every day, which they will walk through, but also just to know that there's also the assistant superintendents that I'm very fortunate to work with the assistant superintendent. Deputy Superintendent Jennifer Ringgold, Assistant Superintendent of Environmental Stewardship Jeremy Barrick, Assistant Superintendent of Planning, which is Michael Schroeder, and of course, the Assistant Superintendent of Recreation, which is Nicole Hernandez. And so I'm very fortunate to work with all of them, and they are an amazing and talented group of people. But again, today's a privilege to speak to this wonderful group that's going to be here before us. So my group, as the superintendent's office, focuses on what we call external departments. Leslie Vinson, who is the Director of Community Connections and Violence Prevention. We also have, of course, our Chief of Police, Jason Ojado, and also, even in his title, he has a director title, but our Chief of Police, Jason Ojado. And our Communications and Marketing Director, Jolene Goldaddy. I think Jolene's been here about 2 months, I believe, right? Yeah. So she's going to introduce herself too and speak a little more. So amazing group of folks. My area also includes intergovernmental relations and board support. John Goodrich, who is here as executive assistant, serves as the executive assistant office of the superintendent. He is responsible for the administrative functions and assists in the daily administration of the office. His work also includes oversight, coordination, and preparation of the board meeting minute materials, along with the preparation of maintenance and official board records. And that is basically a short title for John, but I will say, if you all met John, he is an incredibly important and talented and competent and a wonderful human being. I'd like to just make sure that I express the fact that John's work with me directly and with the organization goes deep, and I can't share all of it here today, but I'd like to acknowledge how fortunate we are to have John working not only with me, but with the entire organization. We're very lucky. 1 second here. And then the Pamela Golkemeyer, who serves as our intergovernmental relations administrator. Intergovernmental relations connects us to the broader system of the city, the county, the state, and federal partners. And if you look at the amount of folks that she works with, responsible for working closely with not only myself, but the general counsel, lobbyists, leadership to develop and manage cross-jurisdictional agendas, identify common interests, and to develop collaborative relationships with other government entities in support of the MPRB. The relationships matter from everything from funding and policy alignment, and to help us navigate the larger environment we operate in. And again, if you look at the amount of folks and collaborative work that she does, the City of Minneapolis, the City Council, the Mayor's Office, Hennepin County, Minneapolis Public Schools, the 10 Metro Park implementing agencies, the Metropolitan Council, the state legislature, Congress, Charter Commission, and the Board of Estimate and Taxations. And of course, she works at the Parks Foundation. I can only express that I'm very fortunate to have hired Pamela when she came in here into this organization, that she joined us. And I can say that she is absolutely incredibly talented, has an incredible background history, and we've been very fortunate to have her join this organization. I know that Councilor Rice, Lobbyist Rice, can speak to really the impact that Pamela has had with this organization, and we're very, very lucky to be working with her. And she will not be presenting today, but I want to make sure I acknowledge that also here. With that, 529, I almost got that first part. We'll turn this over. If we want to stop here, then we can turn over it, but I will introduce then, of course, this wonderful group of people here. The next person will be up to present will be Director Leslie Vinson with Community Connections and Violence Prevention, and then we'll go into the Chief Ojado with the Police Department, and then next into Communications and Marketing with Director Jolene Goldaddy. But if we'd like to kind of stop here, that way we can flow, or we can start, but we will introduce them next. That sound good? Okay.
Yeah, all right. Well, time being now 5:29, as I read the open time rules, and eventually we'll get to 5:30, I'll get started here. So thanks to those of you who have come to speak during tonight's open time. The board's open time rules are as follows. I will call on people from the speaker list only. Names are added to the speaker list by calling in before 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting, or by adding it in person at the board meeting before 5:30 p.m., which it now is. The time allotted for all speakers shall not exceed 15 minutes. When I get the number of speakers, I will allot the specific amount of time, and then that total time of each speaker we will not go over. Time may not be transferred to someone else. Please watch the timer and stay within your allotted time. This is an opportunity for you to address the board. We are listening, but we will not respond. That said, please don't hesitate to contact any commissioner for dialogue and further discussion. We would all be happy to meet with you. To protect the privacy of individuals, please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues or pending litigation. Discriminatory or harassing words directed at anyone will not be tolerated, and each speaker is asked to state their name and address. All right, and there being 6 speakers, the time allotted will be 2 minutes for each speaker. So for 12, and then again, yep, can't exceed 15 minutes, so 12 minutes total there. So first up is Keith Holloman, and then after that we have Darwin Dean. Welcome, Keith.
My name is Keith Holloman. I'm speaking tonight as both a Minneapolis resident and also a current member of the Minneapolis Sailing Center Board of Directors. I'm here in strong support of the Minneapolis Sailing Center's boathouse proposal. In short, this proposal is not an add-on to the master plan. It is a direct implementation of it. It fulfills the community's stated desire for improved facilities, expanded access, environmental responsibility, as well as a deeper connection to the lakes. The project directly advances the vision of the park board that has already been articulated in the master plan for Bedema-Casca, and I quote, "A dynamic convergence of human and natural systems where the community can connect with the outdoors and each other to enjoy nature, to recreate, and to celebrate stories past and present." The Sailing Center is one of the few organizations that actually delivers on the vision every day, and a modern, functional boathouse is essential to continuing to do so. The new boathouse strengthens stewardship by replacing aging infrastructure with a safer, more sustainable facility that protects the shoreline and supports reasonable lake use. It advances equity by expanding access to sailing for youth and adults who have historically been underrepresented on the water. And it reinforces the identity of Bedema-Casca as a place where people come together to learn, grow, and build community. The master plan also emphasizes themes like recreation, well-being, multi-purpose design, and placemaking. I urge you to support this project so that Bedema-Casca can continue to be a place where everyone, especially the next generation, can learn, belong, and thrive on the water. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Keith. Darwin Dean, and then Jake Wernan. Welcome, Darwin.
Good evening. My name is Darwin Dean from the Bronze Foundation. Good evening, President Olson, Councilman Rice, and new members of the board. We're here to talk to you today about Hiawatha Golf Course and maintaining the beauty of Hiawatha Golf Course. In maintaining the beauty of Hiawatha Golf Course, the Audubon Society, based upon what destruction might become of Hiawatha Golf Course, has said that, the certificate in the destruction has been pulled. Hiawatha Golf Course has a rich history, and you are stewards of the land. And in being stewards of the land, then you must consider the fact that a swamp in that neighborhood is not what the community has said that it wants. The community has said over and over in surveys that have been submitted to the community by the park board that they would prefer to maintain the beauty of Hiawatha Golf Course versus a swamp, which 70 acres will be unusable at that golf course if the links plan goes into being. Hiawatha has a rich civil rights history. It's also the only golf course in the state of Minnesota that's on the National Register. last month was Black History Month. It would have been beautiful if the park board had said, well, let's recognize Hiawatha as being on the National Register and put a sign on that golf course. If the park board doesn't have the funds to put a sign on Hiawatha Golf Course acknowledging its rich history, the Bronze Foundation would be more than happy to fund signage indicating that Hiawatha Golf Course should be noticed and also recognized by the park board. Instead of having the links
Thank you,
plan
Darwin.
looking like this, we would like to maintain Hiawatha Golf Course looking like this. And perhaps the Audubon Society would give its certification back to you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. Have a great day.
Thank you, Darwin. Jake Wernan, and then Shaw Puckle. Sorry, can't quite make that up.
It's Jake Warner,
Warner.
resident of the west side of Cedar Lake for 34 years. Good evening, welcome new park commissioners. No one's happier to see these new faces than I am. I am buoyed seeing that endorsed master plans, i.e. the mall, can be altered if park commissioners deem it necessary. I want to present a case for change for the deeply flawed endorsed 2023 Cedar Isles Master Plan. The Park Board is legally bound to operate within the confines of the public trust doctrine. As a trustee of public parkland, it is legally and ethically responsible to act solely in the best interests of the public. The Park Board has a fiduciary obligation to prudently steward public assets for the public benefit. A central tenet of the trust doctrine is ensuring access to and enjoyment of public trust resources, i.e. parkland. At the southeast side of Cedar Lake Regional Park, there is absolutely nothing that benefits the public. The public can't get to their parkland to use it, nor is the public parkland clearly marked to tell park users where they are allowed or not allowed to be. The entire southeast public parkland area is designed to benefit the 16 Park Lane residences and functions as private property for the pleasure of the residents whose spacious homes abut this parkland. The parkland is occupied by private retaining walls, patios, docks, watercraft, canoes, kayaks stacked on parkland, private landscaping, hedges, and shrubbery. The effect is to make this public parkland unrecognizable and unwelcoming as parkland. And the encroachments scream private property. The public has been cheated out of this parkland long enough, and this board has the authority to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. All right, Sean Rokel, sorry. Rockland, sorry.
You're fine.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Olson and members of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. My name is Sean Rockler, and I am currently a resident of the East Bedeh-Makaska neighborhood, which is District 6. Commissioner Abing is in our district, thank you. I have lived in the Bedeh-Makaska and Lowry Hill neighborhood for the past 22 years. This summer will mark my 7th year as a member of the Minneapolis Sailing Center, and as of January, I joined the board of the Minneapolis Sailing Center and am a member at large. My purpose this evening is to state my support of a proposal from the Minneapolis Sailing Center to the Minneapolis Park Commissioners requesting to explore the expansion of the Minneapolis Sailing Center at its current location, which is the northeast corner of the lake in Uptown. There are a number of reasons to support the Minneapolis Sailing Center remaining in its current location. However, what strikes me as the most compelling rationale by remaining at its current location is that there's a greater likelihood or probability that the center will be able to expand sooner by virtue of a less costly venture. And so by expanding where we are in Uptown versus moving to the northwest corner. The Minneapolis Sailing Center's leadership, Ted Saltzman, is excellent and highly engaged with the mission of the Minneapolis Sailing Center, which is to foster an inclusive, sustainable community and to teach sailing to all. This is the time, please, to support the proposal from the Minneapolis Sailing Center to explore an expansion in its current site. Thank you kindly for your service always and for your consideration of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We have Thomas Berry and then Cynthia Wilson. Thomas, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Berry. I'm the Vice President of the Minneapolis NAACP. Last time I was here to talk about the fairway closing, and I see that you guys have passed the closing. And I wanted to come back and speak again as a former youth line member of this closing and what does it significant, what's the significance of it. Barriers typically close people out. We're living in a society today where we're seeing more barriers being placed up, dividing us as a country. I think by what you guys have done with the passing is you're just putting up more barriers. You're putting up barriers for families who typically take a ride down that parkway, who think about escaping some of the ills of the communities that they're in. Some of the children who are like myself, who grew up in the midst of that, who are able to dream of a better day. And I wonder, when you guys thought about those barriers, did you think about the historical ramifications? I know a lot of times people feel like they're doing something new. And a lot of times you're not doing anything new. There's nothing new under the sun. What you're doing is falling victim to some of the same tropes of the past. Last time I was here, people were talking about, well, hey, we get to gather, we're able to have carnivals, we're able to do all of this fun stuff. But what about those people who pay taxes to the same board, who wants to have access to just drive down there? What about those people who can't get out and walk? What about the people who don't want to go to the parties? What about those people? So I'm back here again asking, what are you guys thinking about? When you take $30 million, you're not investing in the youth of the park. I don't see programs that's going through that. That's a lot of dollars for separation and division at a time in this country when we should be bringing people together. And so I hope that you guys, in passing that, I hope that you guys can have some revisionists and talk more about that. And also, I'm kind of upset that Mr. Rucker here wasn't brought in more so in the discussion. You know, when we start talking about inclusivity, we have to remember in this country that typically African Americans are the last to know anything based off of power. And if you're going to be acting as a board, you have to make sure that it's just across. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Cynthia Wilson. Welcome, Cynthia.
Cynthia Wilson. I'll just, Minneapolis NAACP president. I'll just say ditto to what Thomas said, but I want to go a step further because the weather is breaking and we're trying to prepare, we being the Minneapolis NAACP, how we're going to address the ills of our community. And so what I'm presenting is the NAACP and the Minneapolis Park Board either working together in allyship or being enemies, which I don't think you want. We don't want, because that's not what we do, but we know how to do it and do it well. That being said, we're asking the board to reopen. And thank you, Jennifer, for sending those documents. I received them, but it didn't really address, well, it did address some of the things that I was asking, but it didn't cover in terms of opening up the discussion again to people who did not have access to it before. Just so you can get a different point of view, because my thought is this: if this is what we're proposing to do with $30 million, why not reopen it again and hear the thoughts of folks who were undeserved and unprivileged to get to the meetings, for whatever the case may be it during COVID, whatever, people couldn't get out, whatever the case may be. If this is what you're proposing, hear some other voices, give it an opportunity, and just don't veil it. Give Rucker an opportunity to get involved, inform his constituency so that we can move forward. But to veil it, kind of keep him out, it doesn't make for a good look. So I'm coming in peace today with the intent of working with some allyship. And my hope is that maybe the board will meet with the NAACP. Maybe you Olson will sit down and meet with our executive team to see how we can really move forward in terms of working together in a positive way that's going to impact our communities of all walks of life, right? And if we can do that, I'm sure that we can be progressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, with that, open time is closed, and I believe we were going to hear from our Street Reach team.
Thank you, President Olson and Commissioners. I'm going to introduce Director Leslie Vinson here. I just want to say to Director Vinson I've also had the privilege of hiring her, and she has been an amazing asset and very, very proud of the work that she has done with this team and with the community connections. It is broader, and she'll share that with all of you, the work that she is providing and what she has brought forward with her vision. I'm extremely proud of her. I think that she has continued to think about new ideas and to move this team in ways that I didn't expect. And so she has done great work, and she'll share that. Also, too, I want to make sure that as I talk about Chief Ojado and Director Ojado, I didn't have the privilege of hiring him, but I knew Chief for a long time, and he is not only a fantastic human being, he is an incredible leader as a chief, but he also wears the head of a director. And one thing I know about Jason, Chief Ojado, is that he spends a lot of time with me and with the executive team, senior leadership team, and directors, and he leads in ways that's not just about being the police chief, but he also leads in ways, organization. He looks at the organization as a whole. He's an incredible asset in his knowledge about the organization, and I'm incredibly grateful for him. And of course, hiring the communications and marketing director, Jolene Goldaddy, who's going to speak to her also. When she came and interviewed into this job, we were very fortunate to find her. She spoke in ways that I was incredibly excited about. Her vision and her way that she wants to look at marketing and communication for this organization is incredibly exciting. And in the short amount of time she's been here, she has met with multiple people. She has really starting to put forward a really great vision for the organization, particularly around marketing and communication, and very excited that she's here. Again, very, very happy that she chose to be with us, and very excited to be working with her. So I just want to acknowledge this wonderful team, and you will see some of the things they talk about today. So with that, I would like to introduce Director Leslie Vinson, wherever she is sitting. Oh, there she is.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, President Olson and Commissioners. My name is Leslie Vinson. So I would like to introduce myself. So I'm Leslie Vinson, and I've been at the Park Board for 9 years. I've been the Director of CCVP for 4, and prior to that, I was a Southwest Area Manager. I've worked in the city of Minneapolis for over 25 years with nonprofits, connecting communities around program evaluation, program development, and/or connecting communities. What you see here is part of my team. This team, we have 17 staff, and they speak 7 different languages. Our team is community members. They live in the city of Minneapolis. They may work in the school system, and they're also passionate about the work that they do. Oh, I did the right one. The next one is, I want to share with you our intentionality around how the work that we do is rooted in our mission. And so CCVP, we focus on safety strategies, outreach, support, intervention, and de-escalation for communities in our parks. So we believe that prevention is only one strategy how we activate our parks here. And so not only are we working in partnership with our park police, our asset management, and recreation, we work from a collaborative approach where our partnership is around being intentional. This photo right here was from 2020 or 2021 when we had a large encampment in Powderhorn Park. So there's 4 different ways that we connect communities. One is through the work we do at our encampments, and that's what this photo is right here. Organizational chart. So I like to say I can't do this work alone. This is an organization chart of my team. We currently have 2 positions that's open, which will be filled this year. One we've made an offer to. We have Ying Lee, who is an action team supervisor, who's also here, and she directly supports our street reach attendants. We have Abdi, who is our community connector, who provides connecting community around focused safety strategies and working with neighborhood associations in South Minneapolis. We have a full-time street reach outreach worker on staff whose sole job is to work in community connecting resources. And we have Adrian Waters, who's our action team coordinator, who does our prevention programs. Some of the photos you may see us in action in the community. We have the photo to the upper right, this one here. Last summer, we worked in community with unlicensed food vendors in our parks. We did see an uphill where we had vendors in our parks wanting to sell at our parks, and they just needed us to really provide some education and some support to them to be in compliance to sell in our parks. Here's a photo of us in community doing pop-up parks. You have some of our street reach attendants in the orange shirts in community engaging young people. I want to talk a little bit about how our department is structured and how we've been so intentional with the programs that we developed. Currently, the work that we do is in alignment with 4 of our goals around our Parks for All plan. So I want to just briefly touch on the goals, and the part that's in blue is the intentionality of the programs that we created. So our first goal around fostering learning and equity, you will see our youth intervention programs align with that goal. We have our Youth Advisory Council, our Pop-Up Parks, which is a citywide program, and we have a mentoring program in 2 of our sites, currently in Falwell in North Minneapolis and East Phillips in South Minneapolis, which will be starting back up in the fall. We also have some youth prevention programs, so we're doing some free community events, working in partnership with Recreation around goal number 1. Goal 3, you will see where we provide core services, where we're working with our street reach and we're doing some unsheltered outreach support, connecting our park users to resources. We're collaborating with the city, the county, and social services. These 2 photos, last summer superintendent was able to join our encampment team to do to shadow encampments, and so this is our top photo. This photo here is where we were working with a nonprofit where the young people wanted to make blankets for our unsheltered individuals. This is a way we're connecting communities and through partnerships. 2 other goals that align our work is goal 4, where we work from our strengths and determine our roles in partnerships. We are intentional about some of the partners, whether it's internal and external, that we work with. I have staff that serve it on multi-jurisdiction meetings, with encampment meetings. We're on city and county safety groups, neighborhood associations. I am part of an executive committee working with Safe Communities with the city of Minneapolis, where we're really being intentional about our partnerships and having the park board at the table to make larger impacts for people who visit our parks. The 5th goal that we're focusing on is expanding our focus on health equity. And this is where we're working proactively, once again, with our safety groups and culturally specific groups around organizations and youth development. This slide here, I just want to point out some of our key deliverables. Once again, just as I talk through this slide and the next few slides, really giving some examples about how our work has been intentional with our key deliverables. So first, we're crisis response, the work that we're doing around de-escalation in our parks, where we're in recreation centers, we're partnering with park directors and really being there mentoring and working with young people. Our safety initiatives around youth well-being, cultivating and sustaining key relationships where we're leveraging safety in our parks. And we also developing internal action plans and response around focused safety strategies in partnership with neighborhood associations and/or community members. More photos of us out there engaging young people. I thought this was fun to share some of the work that we're doing and some of the many lives that we're impacting once we're out there doing our work. One of the things I want to talk about is the Street Reach mobile team. And so when I briefly talked about our key deliverables, and one is being a crisis response and a de-escalation in our parks. So a couple of years ago, Chief Ohado and I meet monthly. And a couple of years ago, we were just talking about some of the gaps that we're seeing in our regional sites, and especially around weekends. And so out of that conversation, birthed the Street Reach mobile team. And so what I was able to do with my staff is we wrote a grant, and we was funded for the Street Reach mobile team. And what makes this mobile team so unique is that this mobile team is around being intentional. They have a strategic intervention and a prevention outreach model, which is designed to address safety challenges in our high-risk park areas. This mobile team foundation is to work with our park police around intervention early on and to prevent escalation of violence. So this team also worked in 3 different pillars around collaboration, safety focus, and outreach and connection. This past summer was our first summer with the Street Reach team, the Street Reach mobile team, and we were at Father Hennepin and Stone Arch Bridge from Friday to Sunday from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. in the morning. This slide here is another thing how we're really just working in partnership and being intentional about the work that we do. So our department is the first contact when we're responding to unsheltered and encampments. And so the green slide here, I wanted to show how over the past 3 years, the trend has really decreased with the number of requests that we get for our services. And this is due with the partnership with our park police, asset management, and the relationships that we have with our unsheltered individuals. So in 2023, average, we were receiving about 8 to 10 requests per day that we're having unsheltered individuals in our parks. And so throughout the years, you're seeing that we've been intentional about it. We've been able to place individuals in shelters and other connections that we've been able to do. So the work that we're doing around encampments have definitely over the 3 years have decreased our requests. This slide here is also what our community connections that we talk about, connecting communities, being ambassadors for the park board. So we're also out there working with our unsheltered individuals around resources and referrals. And some of the things that we're doing is that around places that for food, shelter, we give out bus tokens, we have hygiene packets. But once again, we're connecting communities, more so visitors that visit our parks who may need these services. Are activating our safe park spaces, and we do this with partnership with recreation centers, our downtown parks, in addition to our pop-up parks. So this slide right here, in 2023, we had 1 trailer, maybe averaging about 45 to 50 pop-up park events. In 2024, we increased it to 2 trailers, and as you can see, we are citywide now. And last year, we were able to have, average attendance around 96 people in our parks. And so what pop-up parks is, it's a trailer. We bring recreation to our satellite sites. It's filled with activities and arts and crafts, and we're really right there engaging young people, whether it's adults or youth, bringing the recreation directly to them. And so we will also be offering this program again citywide, North and South Minneapolis this summer. Photos of us in action. We're out there. We're out there in some of our parks. We're working with people in community. You will see photos of us at protests, at rallies, us going through the woods, working with unsheltered people because we received a request that it was someone homeless living in the woods. This photo is us working in partnership with our park agents at Farview Park for a free community event. And so give an example that the work we do is always within community with the lens of connecting communities. Some of our accomplishments this year and/or last year, we have received 4 Hennepin County grants to expand some of our services. And so as you can see, the first one, we received a grant from Hennepin County to do some youth intervention in some of our recreation centers. We've had this grant since 2023, over $245,000. This is to expand our additional services. And when I talk about expansion, I want to say to have more staff in the parks, to be able to offer staff in the parks during the weekend shifts. We've received money from the Office of Justice doing some intervention program. This is the funding that fund our mobile team. We received funding again for our mobile team for the next 2 years from the Department of Justice programs. Hennepin County, so I wanted to share some accomplishments where we wrote grants actually for expansion of the work that we're doing connecting communities. Accomplishment that we're so proud of, in 2025, we were able to connect 20 individuals who may have been experiencing some hardship to shelter to either permanent housing or some additional support services. And this is through the work through our Street Reach outreach worker. We were able to provide the hygiene bags, blankets, water, snacks, but really to be in community working with unsheltered individuals. This will be our 3rd year having our annual Somali Music and Resource Fair at Lake Harriet, another way for us to connect our Somali families to some of our regional sites. We currently have, this will be our third year actually working with Minneapolis Public Schools, their Management, Safety, and Security Unit. And what we do around the work with Minneapolis is very intentional. So we have quarterly meetings with their program staff. We share our training and development opportunities. And we also talk about collaborating on some intervention programming with MPS and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. So around community connections, these are some ongoing opportunities that we're working on. 2026, what I look forward to as we start off 2026 with this team. So the first slide talk about a grant that we wrote to allow us to be able to provide this mobile team crisis response expansion for the next 2 years. We have a youth intervention program, which is our youth council, and our Parkside Pathway Mentoring Program, which will be expanding to Falwell and East Phillips, fall of 2026. This year, our CARES team, our CARES department has also landed in CCVP. So CARES is a team of colleagues who volunteer their time to support and be that listening ear for other colleagues around critical incidents that may impact them at the park board here. So far this past year, we partnered with Recreation on developing and assisting around some specific scenarios around the toolkit when ICE was in the park board. So we worked with them on that. And also with our CARES team, the full-time staff, we are certified in mental health and trauma first aid. We have received their certification. And this year I received a grant from Hennepin County to expand our pop-up parks. And so pretty much we're going to be offering, it's allowing us to buy more equipment to be able to support the community and adults that visit our parks in the summer. This pop-up park program is a 13-week summer program. So those are some things that we're really looking forward to. Expansion is pretty much growing the department that Superintendent mentioned, but not only expanding this, we've been able to receive money for our expansions as well. This photo right here is us having an event, partnering with the Park Police. We had an event, a free community event at Farview Park, and we were playing dodgeball. And I love this photo where you see young people really engaging with our Park Police. And so I wanted to end my presentation with sharing this photo, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Let's pause here and take questions. Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering if is it possible you can put out the schedule for your pop-up parks, other community events that you have?
Sure, absolutely. Sorry to interrupt.
You know, I'm able to participate.
I would love to.
And, you know, if I can get the fire department involved as well, you know, to show up to the events as well. I know it's always police that show up, I understand that. But, you know, we can, you know, get the, you know, Minneapolis Fire Department involved as well. You know, we can make it happen.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Frederick.
Yes, thank you. I have just a few questions. First, thanks for being here in this presentation and opening, you know, the doors as far as what we as a board can hopefully help you accomplish in terms of the great work that's already happening. I have one question around the multi-jurisdictional encampment committee.
Okay.
It's kind of a small portion of the presentation,
Okay.
but I'm very curious, you know, as a board, I see our role as really supporting and doing this good work of helping those folks who come to our parks for peace and you know, times of resolve. But as far as the multi-jurisdictional encampment committee, do you know who sits on that and what that consists of? Is there any city involvement on that committee?
Yes, there is. So we are participants of that meeting. That meeting is every Monday at 10:30 a.m. It is city, county, MnDOT, and the state. So we can definitely send out the information to see who you should contact to join that committee, but we participate on behalf of the park board.
Great, Mondays at 10.
10:30.
10:30. Amazing. Thank you. And then just, as far as I see this as a really incredible department in terms of engagement and obviously driving down the violence that we do see in the community. As a board, what would be helpful and what are some ways that you see, us collaborating together that would be helpful in just giving you resources and access to further the great work that you're doing?
Thank you. One of the things too, I think, to be informed. And so I think even sharing our pop-up park schedule, like Commissioner Rucker mentioned, would be helpful to stop by. We have 4 community events in partnership with Recreation throughout the year. Our next one is August 2nd at Logan Park. And so just supporting those events and just being out there engaging the community where they can see the commissioners are there would be a great start.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and it's a lot to take in terms of ways to keep everyone safe, and we had some tragic incidents, and obviously it's good to see a downward turn, but in some ways, but last summer we had two murders, one in Northeast and one in North, real tragic. Anyway, there's common denominator there is guns and cars. And a little bit tough to see how we deal with that, especially with what's going on at the state legislative level. But anyway, it's exciting to see, money and resources, and I echo like sharing the events and wanting to show up. And then I'm curious if there what might be available to plan that might not be planned yet. We've just been through resources money-wise, or in some of what we saw presented from different funding sources. We've seen, we've lived a reality that's just rocked our community with the federal occupation and invasion, and there's a lot of reimagining and rethinking about what safety means, and we keep us safe and that sort of thing. In my district, there's 4,000 people in these groups that are working in really unique and exciting ways to build community. So I'd love to meet and figure out how some of that can come together in our parks and really build out a real community safety that is, we keep us safe and we be in relationship. I appreciate the presentation and look forward to the partnership.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Director
All right,
Vinson.
thank you.
It's been very good. It's just so clear all the good work y'all do, and seeing that you're getting grant funds as well is really encouraging, especially as we enter tight budget times, but hopefully we'll keep it up. Thank you. Welcome, Chief Ohado. Also, your light's still on, Commissioner Engelhardt.
Good evening, President Olson, Commissioners. My name is Jason Ohado, and I have the great privilege of serving the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board as the Park Police Chief. I've been with the Park Police Department now for more than 30 years. I've served under 5 different superintendents, and for the last 13 years, I've served in the capacity as Park Police Chief. Some of you might know my story. I grew up in the park system. My dad is a retired park police officer, and it's been the fulfillment of my personal and professional dream to be able to have a career here. The Minneapolis Park Police Department is a long-standing department within the organization. So as you know, the Park Board was formed in 1883, and only 4 years after the formation of the Park Board were the first time the Park Police Department began to deploy officers. The authority to have park police officers is rooted within the Minneapolis City Charter, and I've shared the charter passage for you at the bottom of this slide. It reads, "The mayor must appoint as many police officers for the parks and parkways as the board requests. The board must pay for such police out of the Park and Recreation Fund, may regulate and direct them, and may discipline or discharge them subject to civil service rules." Although the mayor appoints park police officers technically, and that is why we wear a Minneapolis police uniform, my boss is not the mayor. My boss is the superintendent of parks and ultimately the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. So when I was forming this presentation, I was asked to provide an overview of our department and the services we provide. I'm not here to provide tonight crime statistics or crime updates. I can meet with commissioners individually if you have district concerns, or we can come back with a study report for the full board. But tonight, primarily, I'm just providing an overview of the department. So on this slide, you can see the composition of our staffing. We have approximately 50 employees divided into really two different buckets. One are sworn and licensed peace officers in the state of Minnesota, and one is our Park Patrol Agent Program, which is very similar to community service officers that you see in other municipalities and counties. So I'll start with our sworn licensed peace officers. We are currently budgeted for 35 total peace officers, and that includes me, 2 lieutenants who serve as managers of work groups, 6 patrol sergeants who are divided between 2 shifts, 2 investigative sergeants who are essentially detectives and follow up on all crimes that take place in the park system, and then 24 patrol officers, again divided across 2 shifts, who serve the organization 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, including every holiday. Our Park Patrol Agent Program, which is the program that the employees are not sworn licensed peace officers, but do wear a uniform and do have some defined enforcement authority. There are 4 full-time positions, and then the rest are part-time positions that are spread across about 10 or 11 FTEs. Many of them are aspiring police officers, but not all of them. They wear a gray uniform. That's how you can differentiate them in the field. They are unarmed. And I would say 90% of all of the police officers that are employed by the organization have come through this as a pathway. I noted what our budget is for 2026. It's about $8.5 million, which represents 7.4% of the MPRB's general fund. I'm glad that I'm going after Leslie because I think she really hit on the theme of this next slide. So the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board does not exist to provide policing to the community. The MPRB exists to provide parks, park programs, special events, park amenities, park operations, and the police department is really a support mechanism to make all of those things happen. One of the ways that we can police this system with only 35 police officers is by making sure that we have strong relationships with field staff across the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I emphasize to our officers every single day that they should be and need to be developing collegial relationships with the park keepers and the recreation attendants and the recreation supervisors who are out in these parks all the time and know that community better than that one police officer ever could. And by working together in collaboration, we systemically solve problems all the time. And that is really the secret to our success. We have this rooted approach to public safety, policing in the parks, that is rooted in collaboration with staff. We obviously work very closely with the Community Connections and Violence Prevention Department. We work with the rec centers and programs folks all the time. Obviously lifeguards and aquatic staff, asset management, and visitor services, especially around events that take place in the park system. I get asked all the time, how do we work with the Minneapolis Police Department? And I will just say, directly that we could not exist the way that we do today without the support and partnership of the MPD. The Minneapolis Police Department provides many support services that are foundational to running a police department, that if we had to provide those support services on our own, it is unlikely that we would continue to exist. Some of those support services include a dispatch center, 911, crime lab, property room, and all of the things behind the scenes, including a records management system, that police departments require in order to do our work out in the field. So we work very closely with the Minneapolis Police Department, and they provide almost all of those things to us without a direct cost. So earlier in the presentation, I noted that we cover 2 shifts. Our day shift starts at 7 in the morning, and our evening shift starts at 4 in the afternoon. That means there's a gap in the day where we have no coverage. That gap is essentially 1 in the morning until 7 a.m. If an emergency arises within the park system between those hours, the Minneapolis Police Department would respond. We attend much of the same training as Minneapolis police officers, and really the reason behind that is because we need to be able to provide seamless service out in the field. So if we are encountering an emergency situation and our closest backup is a Minneapolis police officer, which very often it is critical that those officers understand each other's tactics, policy, and how to operate in that situation. Minneapolis does investigate all homicides or deaths that occur within the park system. That is the one category of crime that we would not investigate. We don't have the expertise within a very small agency with only 2 full-time detectives to be able to do those sorts of homicide investigations. They are very complex, they take a lot of resources, and they take a lot of time. We do investigate almost every other crime that occurs within the park system, and that has shifted over the years. It used to be that the Minneapolis Police Department took many more secondary complex crime cases than they do today. And as Minneapolis has lost staff really within the last 5.5 years, we have had to take many of those cases on. But as I mentioned, there's no bright line between the edge of a park and a community or a neighborhood. Crime does not happen in a vacuum. We need to be working with our public safety partners to make sure that we're addressing crime together. By the way, this photo with me and Chief O'Hara was taken at a press conference last year ahead of planning for the 4th of July. So as many of you probably understand, 4th of July is a really challenging day for policing in our city. We've had some difficult 4th of Julys the last several years, and this was a coordination that really kicked off 3 years ago, and this was a press conference ahead of the 4th talking about our collaboration. So, we're only not even a full quarter into 2026, and hopefully I have a whole list of highlights from 2026 at the end of the year, but I just wanted to preview a few things that I thought were really important for you to know. First, our police officer staffing has stabilized. At a point in late 2021 or 2022, we had lost about half of all of our patrol officers, and we were surviving by using overtime in order to maintain minimum service levels. Over the last 3 years, we've been able to claw that back. We've gotten a lot of officers hired, and we have now filled every vacancy. The last vacancy we just made a conditional job offer for. So in 2026, barring no changes, we will be fully staffed for the first time in at least 6 years. Now, what that means is we have a lot of young staff, staff who aren't highly experienced, and many of those staff will continue to be in training throughout the course of 2026. We have been experiencing a lot of pressures on our staffing levels in primarily 2 areas that I'd like to note. One is around investigations. So we have been taking more complex cases on than we had in the past, and we're doing that with the same resources we've always had. And so again, we have 2 full-time detectives that are handling, hundreds of cases. We review between 2,000 and 3,000 cases a year that happen within the park system. Obviously, we can't assign that many cases for follow-up investigation. Not all of those cases require follow-up investigation, but still having only 2 detectives to work many of these complex cases just isn't enough. The other thing I would note is we're experiencing pressures at both ends of our day. So we're already working 9-hour shifts to provide 18 hours of coverage, but there are things that are happening in the park system prior to 7 a.m. and after 1 a.m. And we've always relied on the MPD to provide that patrol response during those gap hours, but the reality is MPD is short. You could read your newspaper today, and there are articles in there talking about the staffing crisis within the Minneapolis Police Department. So, for example, Leslie mentioned some of the issues we had at the Stone Arch Bridge that occurred very late at night last year. We were holding officers over on overtime every weekend night until 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, overtime is a good strategy for a short period of time, but over the course of the summer in this organization, there's more overtime than our officers can work. And it becomes a wellness concern for me when we are expecting officers to stay late 2 or 3 or 4 hours every night because we cannot deliver on the services that are being demanded. We did pilot a parkway safety squad assignment last year. This is an assignment that was centered on going to parkways that had either high numbers of complaints regarding speeding or stop sign violations, or had high numbers of crashes. And that was a limited pilot project throughout the course of the summer that we received a lot of positive feedback on. The other highlight that I wanted to note is that we have seen serious violent crime in the park system come down every year over the last 3 years. And last year it was at a level that was similar to 2019, pre-2020 level, which is what we've been trying to get back to for the last 5 years. Now, with that being said, and Commissioner Engelhardt mentioned this, we did have some serious, horrific crimes that took place in the park system. We had 4 murders within the park system last year. One of those was at Boom Island as part of a mass shooting. One of those was at North Mississippi Park. One of those was at Falwell Park, and the stabbing was at Elliott Park. So gun violence, serious acute violence continues to be a serious challenge in our park system and in our city. I just want to finish by mentioning that in your inboxes today, I shared with you a report of 2025 awards that park police officers received. I think we're going to come back to the board at a future date and talk through and recognize those employees. But I think it's really important for you to take a look at that and understand some of the amazing and heroic work that park police officers do. Much of their work, is out of the spotlight. People don't always hear about it. It's not on the front page of the paper or always on the news. But please take a couple of minutes to read through that.
Great.
With that, I'll stand for some questions.
Okay. I think I saw Commissioner Engelhardt first.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Ahado, for the presentation, and thank you to everybody that is employed in our park police and the department. Couple things, a couple questions. First would be, are there things that you believe or the department has identified that maybe we could redirect resources that we don't need to do and would take board action or other governmental partner action that could take some of the load away from overtime or just direct resources in a different way? I've had constituents ask about, requirements for police in general to be at different road crossings or different things like events. Particularly, I'll name what is currently called the historic 5K. Is there that much of a need? So are there things like that we could work on, maybe redirecting resources that could take a load away from OT and do more of a community safety approach for road crossings and that sort of thing? is an example of that question. And then the second question is, you know, want to be the employer of choice and uphold core union values and all of that. And one of those is, I believe, is, you know, accountability through management. And I'm well aware of, and I wish I knew this in advance, the time we've had on the board has been a bit of a, you know, fire hose drinking experience lately, but I'm pretty familiar with the Minneapolis Police Department's discipline matrix. So when officers, you know, maybe engage in excessive force or explicit bias, actually, I think the Minneapolis Police Department's discipline matrix is just fine. It's about enforcement of it. That said, does the Park Police differ from that in any way, or in terms of accountability from when we need to use that as a performance management tool? Thank you.
President Olson, Commissioner Engelhardt, I'll start with your first question. 25 years ago, this organization had 3 more police officer positions than it does today. We are, you know, we are doing cutting, there is no fat to cut, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We're not doing things that are, you know, extra like to do duties in the course of our day. We're doing what's required of us, and we're working really hard to deliver on service levels, but we don't have enough people to do what we're being asked to do. And, you know, a net loss of 3 positions over 25 years, and you consider how this park system has grown and how much more the organization does and how much bigger other departments are versus where they were 25 years ago. I mean, I think frankly, we're doing everything we can to deliver on the service levels, and it's not enough. We need more people. The second question is, the MPD's discipline matrix is not our discipline matrix, but it is a reference point for me and the superintendent when we decide discipline. So I will say one of the advantages of having a smaller agency is that there are much greater, there's a much greater path to accountability. I see every officer that works for me every single day. And we don't have a lot of misconduct within the Park Police Department. And when we do, it is investigated and there are consequences. I could meet with you and we could talk through cases and complaints if you'd like. I work, though, very closely with the superintendent and our Human Resources Department to make sure that the discipline is proportional and appropriate for the complaint that was made.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, as a constituent, I had a conversation with you a while back, and I look forward to the relationship. Thank you. It was a positive conversation a few years back, so thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank you for your leadership, you know, with the Park Police. You know, and your officers are always out there professional, you know, working side by side with them whenever I go on runs with them. You know, that's a reflection of, you know, your leadership. You know, the thing about it is, yes, you guys were low in numbers. Everybody was stretched. Everybody was stressed out. You know, and I've seen that in my son as well, being a Minneapolis cop. And I just want to applaud you guys for, you know, getting the work done for our community, for the park. I mean, because I see you guys everywhere, you know, not just in the parks, but responding to a lot of calls. You know, mutual aid with Minneapolis. I just want to commend you guys for that and, you know, just continue, you know, to do the great work that you guys are doing. And then last thing, is it a possibility, say if any of your officers would like to, you know, coach at PAL or anything to get a better, you know, relationship with the kids, you know, in the community? Is that a possibility?
President Olson, Commissioner Rucker, I'll start with your second question first. And the answer is yes. We have a policy that allows officers to come in and work with recreation programs or athletics and earn comp time in the course of them doing that. And we do have officers that participate in that way with some frequency. We've got a number of officers who were involved in college sports. I can think of one in particular that played college football that's been part of a lot of the football camps that take place within the organization. So the answer is yes. The other thing that I'll mention that I know you know, but maybe the rest of the board doesn't know, is that the Minneapolis Fire Department responds to all medical emergencies and technical rescues that happen within the park system. And so while I talked a lot about the Minneapolis Police Department as our primary public safety partner, obviously we have strong relationships with the fire department and with EMS services north and Hennepin Healthcare in order to deliver those emergency services throughout the city. For many years, Recreation convened a safety camp towards the latter part of summer, and it brought in first responders from across the city, including the fire department, to act as camp counselors in the course of safety camp. That was a great program. That program's been reimagined a little bit by Recreation, but it was an opportunity for our officers and firefighters to be able to be a camp counselor for kids in our park system.
Okay, yeah, that's all I had. But just once again, just thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you both. We will actually have to pause, I believe, and move to the planning committee. So I will recess the full board, until planning is finished.
All right, at 6:31, I will convene this meeting of the planning committee. Secretary Ringgold, could you call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Here.
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Here.
Vice Chair Forney, absent Chair Garcia.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So as we look at our agenda for this evening, which includes the public hearing, I do have a note from staff to consider amending the agenda to include discussion item D 2026-6 for the sailing school. I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of...
Oh, sorry, I moved that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor of... is there any discussion on amending the agenda? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Chair Garcia, I'm sorry. I think first we should move the agenda, then we should amend the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to move the agenda?
So moved.
All right, and then those in favor of adopting the agenda, or do we move it first and then amend it?
Sorry, hitting my wrong button here. So now that you have the agenda basically on the floor, then
Okay.
having a commissioner move the amendment, and
All
we'll
right.
vote on the amendment, then we'll vote on the amended agenda.
Thank you. Do I have, so I will again entertain a motion to amend the agenda to include D 2026-6.
I'll motion to amend the agenda with 2026-6.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, those in favor of amending the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so we have an amended agenda. We don't have minutes to approve, and so at this time, we will start our public hearing.
Chair Garcia, we should just take one more vote on the amended agenda.
Thank you. Can all those in favor of continuing with the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. So now we arrive at our public hearing for East Phillips Park Improvement Project and Concept Plan and amending the concept plan into the South Service Area Parks Plan. Let's see. So we do not currently have anyone signed up to speak for the public hearing. So I will take people from the floor if anyone is interested in speaking to this plan. Anyone? One more time. All right, so we do not have any anyone signed up to speak for the public hearing. But at this time, I would like to hear from Emma Pachuta, our senior planner on the East Phillips Park Improvement Project.
Good evening, Chair Garcia and Commissioners. Nice to see you again. After more than 2 years of engaging with the East Phillips neighborhood, I am bringing forward the final design or the park concept, the concept plan for East Phillips Park. The project team, which also includes Carrie Day Aspinwall, our Indigenous Parks Liaison, and several other MPRB staff and designers from Urban Ecosystems, are really proud of this plan, and we strongly feel that it reflects the feedback that we've gathered from all walks of life and demographics in the neighborhood. The East Phillips Park was originally included in the South Service Area Park planning process, which was adopted in 2016. Ultimately, the planning process included 26 of the 30 parks in South Minneapolis. Neither Cedar Field or East Phillips Park were planned at that time, although Cedar Field received a design that was amended into the park plan in 2017, following additional engagement with Little Earth. For East Phillips Park, it was determined that a planning process would instead happen when there was CIP funding available for improvements, since the rec building had been built within the last few years at that time. So the revisiting of the design for Cedar Field was included in this planning process, and the updated plan has already been brought to the Board of Commissioners for approval in 2025. East Phillips Park is located in the East Phillips neighborhood with 22nd and 24th Streets on the northern and southern borders, and then Cedar and Hiawatha Avenues to the east of the park. As you can see, Cedar Avenue Field Park is about a half a block south, which is one of many reasons why staff decided to include it in the planning process, as it made a lot of sense to consider the park users of both parks as well as the amenities within the context of the neighborhood. For those who don't often live, work, or play here, it's a colorful neighborhood full of culture and community. It's one of the most diverse neighborhoods in our city and houses the largest urban American Indian community in Minnesota. Parks and green space are central to events, sports leagues, activism, and culture. For our engagement work, we aimed to embrace and engage all of the different cultures and age groups to make sure their voices were included in the park design. Alongside its diversity, the neighborhood hosts a number of different types of resources and housing. Some community members expressed a desire for parks to be a place of respite and also be able to provide resources and support for community due to the struggles that some of their relatives and community members face. MPRB acquired the almost 6.5-acre park in 1977. Before being a park, the parcel contained normal-sized city blocks. There are still some utilities below ground that we did consider in the design. The park has always had similar amenities and circulation since it was originally established, and it included the picnic area, the sports fields, and courts, the playground, and the wading pool. And then the rec center was later built in 2010. This park sees a lot of formal and ad hoc programming year-round. On a hot summer day, you will find every activity area is packed and in use. There are sports leagues every Saturday and Sunday from early in the morning until late in the evening, and the same goes for weekdays. The existing mound that's located north of the rec center is also used for sledding in the winter. That mound also creates a bit of a visual void to the picnic area, and so this picnic area has been of a challenge for the MPRB in terms of safety. We also found when we were looking at how people got to the park that people often entered by foot on both the northwest and southwest corners, along with the 18th Avenue entrance, and then also the parking lot entrance as well. This is a quick snapshot of our timeline. So the project launched towards the end of 2023. We hosted 3 separate engagement phases for each of the park projects. Again, Cedar Field was approved on August 6th of 2025. And tonight we are bringing East Phillips Park for the board's approval. If it is approved, this will be the end of our East Phillips Open Spaces planning project. I will also note that staff decided not to seat a CAC or a community advisory committee. The main reason being that we recognize that oftentimes a government process that includes lengthy evening meetings can be really inaccessible to the average person. And so for that reason, we really aimed to build close partnerships in community and really engage the residents that way. So we met people where they were at by showing up at existing community events and hubs where residents would already be. And then we also hosted a number of celebration events at the parks to hopefully draw people in to have a conversation with us. Staff partnered, hosted, and or attended around 100 events and spoke with thousands of residents over the course of this 2+ years. So this is just a snapshot of the partners and organizations that we collaborated with over the course of the project. And I'd also like to invite Carrie Day up to say a few words about the engagement that she helped to support along the way.
Good evening, Chair Garcia and members of the commission. Thank you. It's good to see you all again. This is what we do. The engagement is our forte. We know how to do this. The activities, the people that we've reached, she gave you a number of folks. I think that it's higher than that. I mean, literally, if you take the pre-events, the event itself, and then the follow-up that goes with that, we are reaching and talking to many, many people in the neighborhood who are very, very appreciative of that, to be able to go out and see what the potential of it is exciting. Because quite honestly, in these couple of parks, we've not been asked. It's been too long that we've not had this close of engagement, and I can tell you right now, our community is excited. Of course, interest is really high. Are they going to put in that splash pad that we want, or are we going to be able to register for some of the recreation programs, softball or baseball? Is there enough space for us now? And so again, it's caused a great deal of excitement, not only for our Indigenous community, but all of our communities of color, all of our kids, not just the black and brown kids, the white kids too. And again, that really is a significant piece for our community. We've been so separated by language and culture, and the way systems have set things up have kept us apart. And now we're there together, seeing that, yeah, I can play soccer as good as that kid over there. I can hit that ball farther. I can hit it across the field. And so again, we're creating this excitement that's in the park system of, I'm just going to call it out, equity. People feel equal about how they're being treated. And that's really important. When we first started, I was hearing, blips along the way that we all were able to talk about, figure a solution, and put it into action, which completely surprised our community in a good way. They're like, oh man, I think we found some people we can trust. These are the people that we trust our kids to. We should trust them. And so all of this is just a really small snapshot of all of the things that we've done. The elders, they watch very, very closely. They watch. They watch from their apartments above on the second floor of Little Earth, because that looks right over Cedar Field. They're starting to come in to the events now. You see this lady on the right down here on the bottom right? She's in a wheelchair. It takes a lot for her to get from her upstairs apartment down to the field and feel safe enough to go in there. And I have to shout out to Chief Ojado and his staff for not just keeping us safe, but for being our friend. Police have not been our friends in the past. A lot of times stuff was happening behind Little Earth or in places where nobody went. And to have police officers there in our community that actually care about us, who bring experiences that we don't, usually have, horses, ice cream, free ice cream at that. And again, that just creates all this good feeling, and it's good because again, I've walked across Cedar Field and East Phillips all of my life, and I'll be 67 this year. And so again, this has been a lifetime of living in my parks, living in our parks, and I would know if somebody wasn't being treated right or if things weren't going right, because I'm just that one that has been here all this time. There's many others as well, but again, we're watching. I guess I can say I'm one of those elders now that are watching. And geez, that's hard to admit. But well, working here keeps me young. Them stairs out in front, man, are just like, wow. So I strive to keep up with you all. I really, really do, because again, it's been a lifetime. It's good to be this elder who can sit and watch all of these things that we had hoped and prayed for all of our lives, to be included, to be asked, and to be that grandma that sits on the sidelines. Go, run, make that home run, you know, and to have the space that offers us the ability to have space, and because we're so much alike, you know, we're stewards. Native people are the stewards of this earth. That's our purpose. That was why the Creator sent us here, was to be the stewards and to watch out for everything and everybody. And I guess I'm just helping to fulfill that prophecy, if you would, to make sure that we continue to offer these spaces, and that more kids and more elders and more families are able to participate in this good work, and to be able to practice your culture. That black fence on the top left, that's a fence that divides between the park and Little Earth, and to see that drum so close to that really gives me some really deep feels, because that tells me that maybe that fence will go away someday and we won't have to be divided, because we are both taking care of that space together. So I appreciate it. Our community appreciates it. Commissioner Despani, I wondered who you were when you wandered into our circles, and I was like, who is this person? And why is he here? And what is he looking at? Are we, you know? And for Native people, we're going to do that for a little bit. But I think you've been with us long enough now that everybody just saying, oh, yeah, that's that guy. You know, oh, yeah, he's our park guy now. And so, again, just being present, engaging with the community, and just coming out and enjoying things with us. This is a happy crew right here. Eager to participate. I see Robert Lilligren, who is our president of NACD, our Native American Community Development Institute. They're kind of our foundation agency there, and bridge and everything. And to have him up there putting dots on there, I was like, okay, I think we've done our job. We pulled the president out of his seat and got him right into the work. So, yeah, I appreciate it all. Our community appreciates it, and the work has been really good. I'm really looking forward to spring and summer. Yeah.
All right. So there were a number of themes that we aimed to incorporate into the design, which I will show you in just a second. They were to celebrate culture and community identity, consider safety and security, really the importance of green space in this neighborhood, increasing the amount of play and recreation just for all ages. We heard a lot of feedback around multi-generational play and amenities in the park, and some multi-display recreation opportunities. Provide year-round amenities. We did hear some feedback around not having sufficient indoor space or enough to do during the winter. The water feature and splash pad was something that we heard rising to the top. You know, as our summers get hotter or more hot, obviously water is an important aspect to keep people cool. And then there was an interest in providing space for events and community use. There were a number of organizations and community members that hoped for more spaces be in the park for ceremony or different types of events. So this is the final concept plan that I am bringing forward this evening. I will just share a few things kind of with the full park, and then I'll zoom in a little bit. So we are actually proposing to keep all of the existing amenities in the park. So that includes the multi-use diamond, the sports fields, the basketball courts or multi-use courts, and then the playground and the wading pool area. We heard very strongly that people loved the amenities that were there. So we really thought it was important to actually keep those and really just build upon what was there. So in the top northwest corner where that was that picnic area, we've proposed a skate spot and a bike track course up there really to help activate that back corner. We've also proposed a healing garden and some youth activities to the north side of the building. Looking to the east of the building, we've proposed a ninja course next to the sports fields. And then on the south side of the park, we've got that wading pool. We're proposing adding some additional splash or spray features. Again, that splash pad is really popular, but the wading pool was also something that folks liked. So we've also proposed including some nature play in that area. We've expanded the playground quite a bit with its footprint. We've added an elders garden to the north. We heard it was very important for those elders to have a space that they can watch their grandkids play and be able to be right next to them. We've also have an open lawn space next to a preserved orchard area. The thinking on this was that there could be a space to host events and ceremony. Right now, folks have to host on top of a sports field, so we really wanted to create that space that was separate from there. And then we kept those basketball courts where they were. We heard from our recreation staff that that area actually works really well as is. And then zooming in a little bit, again, this was kind of the picnic area that created a little bit of problems before. I want to note that even though we're keeping the multi-use diamond, we have proposed removing the fence around the diamond. And this is kind of a big deal because what we heard from the community is that unless there is an active programmed game playing, the community is really kept out of that space, so there can't be ad hoc community games playing or community baseball games, or even just using that extra lawn space for practice. So we think this is a very important small change that will make a really big difference for the community. And then just looking further south, we've also proposed a seasonal dome over one of the sports fields connecting to the building. This was really we really felt like, again, creating some additional indoor space over the winter would really help create kind of more spaces for folks to play. Right now, people are renting the gym for events, for basketball, for soccer, and it's just, they're all kind of on top of one another. And so being able to expand that space over this area really opens the door for opportunities for the community over the winter. I think I've touched on everything I wanted to, so I will just share some snapshots of some images from some of the new proposed areas. And then just really quickly, we do have some CIP funding available, and we are looking forward to moving forward with construction. So the blue just kind of identifies some of the top priorities that we heard from the community that they wanted to see built first. And then what we think we can do is we are looking to make some upgrades to the playground along with some circulation and path updates. And then we are really hoping to try to fund at least one or more of the features below. So the skate spot, the bike track, the elders garden, or updates to the wading pool. And that really aligns with, again, the priorities that we heard from the community. We are happy to come back and share more once we have kind of a better cost estimate of that, if you are interested. And then this is just kind of our funding chart. I will note that we have stayed in conversation with the city, the county, and the watershed district to see if there could be some opportunities of partnership to also increase our funding opportunities and kind of make our funding go a little bit further too. And that is what I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Were there any questions from the committee? Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. I just wanted to say thank you again for this awesome plan, for bringing so many people into the mix over the last few years. You know, I heard a lot of excitement about this directly from constituents in English and Spanish and Somali at events when I was door knocking. And so I'm just thrilled, and I can't wait to see this plan put into motion.
Thank you, Vice President Deshpande. Commissioner Frederick.
I don't think I've spoken out
when I'm not on the committee, but it was really great to hear your proposal, and I kind of lit up when I saw the concept of having a seasonal sports dome. I played soccer down in Mankato growing up, and our closest dome was, I think, Burnsville or maybe Augustana or Augsburg, excuse me. So when I kind of looked over and Superintendent Bangor was like, this will be a first for our program, out of the entire Parks Department. I just can't help but feel super elated as a former youth sports participant. So thank you so much for considering that, and considering how that will continue to build an impact on our youth across the city. It's really impactful. So thank you for that.
All right, then I will just extend my deep thanks to Emma and to Carrie Day for all of the work you put into this. It's a beautiful plan. I'm very excited to support this and to see this come to fruition for not just the immediate neighborhood, but also I think all of District 3 and the entire city will definitely benefit from this. Miigwech. And with that, at 6:56, I will recess the Planning Committee meeting to return.
Chair Garcia, sorry to interrupt. I think you could probably take the concept to approval and then recess.
All right. Let's see. So we have Resolution 2026-48 before us. Would anyone like to move that for a vote?
I'll move Resolution 2026-48, a resolution approving the concept plan for East Phillips Park and amending the East Phillips Park concept plan into the South Service Area Parks Plan.
Great, thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? All right, that motion passes. And with that, I will put us in recess until after the remaining items on our agenda for the full board.
Would it be recess or just adjournment, or?
President Olson, there's the sailing club study item.
Oh, correct. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, and I'm wondering too if we probably want to continue with the full board rather than go to admin and finance, even though we have stuff coming from admin and finance. Is it a
President Olson, yeah.
prerogative, or-
I would recommend going back to the full board and then moving through the committees.
All right. I believe we had questions for Chief Ohado. I remember Commissioner Garcia and Frederick, and I think, yeah, they're there. All right, Commissioner Garcia. Oh, yeah, I will reconvene the full board, sorry, at 6:58. Commissioner Garcia, to your questions.
Thank you, President Olson, and thank you, Chief Ohado. I wanted to echo Commissioner Rucker's comments and just say thank you for the leadership that you provide and the professionalism. Having only been on the board for a very short time, I haven't had a lot of interaction with you, but I definitely appreciate the speed and depth of responses that I've received when I've reached out about concerns. And I am very fortunate that pretty much all of the constituents that I've ever spoken with about you and your organization have had very glowing things to say. So I just wanted to pass that appreciation along and say that I look forward to working with you going forward.
Commissioner Garcia, thank you. That was very kind of you to say. I will just, for everyone on the board to understand, responsiveness is extremely important to me. I've never served as an elected official, but obviously I'm an identifiable person in my role, and I get a lot of questions, and I can't imagine how many questions you get from constituents. So if you're getting those questions, if you're getting those concerns or complaints, never hesitate to reach out to me, and I promise I'll respond as quickly as I can.
Commissioner Frederick.
Thank you for that. I also have had a lot of constituents across the campaign trail and then serving on the board elevate many of the similar congratulations that Commissioner Garcia shared, which I think is very important in terms of keeping and building that trust as a department. So kudos to you for that work. One question I do have, excuse me, I know you said you don't want to be here to provide statistics, so perhaps in your professional experience during your tenure with the park board, could you speak a little bit to the CCVP and the way that their work helps elevate public safety and maybe areas that you would want to highlight as potential areas for improvement for us to sort of utilize just in your professional experience?
President Olson, Commissioner Frederick, that's a big question, and that might be a study item in and of itself. What I will say is that we have a void of staff presence in regional parks. Regional parks make up way more than 2/3 of our usership, and those are the places that often we have the fewest number of staff. And having staff who are trained, observant, are in a position to make early interventions, and then if those don't work, contact the park police is extremely important. And so I've been working with the superintendent and the deputy superintendent and the Community Connections and Violence Prevention Department to figure out ways how we can get more trained professional staff, not police necessarily, in regional park spaces to provide that level of guidance, observation, structure. I think that is, just from a very high level, something that the organization is striving to do better.
Commissioner Benny.
Chief Ahata, thank you for the presentation. It was informative, and you were touched on a lot of different areas. But I wonder if you could describe a little bit. It was helpful for me when I was a new commissioner to understand the way in which events put a strain on the organization, and that it isn't always the organization's policy that's driving the demand for your staff at events, but the events themselves. And could you maybe describe that a little bit?
President Olson, Commissioner Benny, we end up providing police officers to about 400 externally permitted events, not MPRB events, over the course of a year. And most of those events occur in our busiest times, right, between April and October, and the events are always on the weekends. And so, we are concentrating a lot of special external permitted events in these short periods of time and covering those with off-duty park police officers. So our regular assignments come first. We build our schedule to provide service levels to the park system, and then people who are off backfill to provide the levels of support these special events need. The events, they range the gamut from very small receptions or banquets that serve alcohol to, Twin Cities Pride might have up to 300,000 people that come through Loring Park over the course of Pride weekend. And so, the range of events and the requirements of events are all unique and they're all different. But you are correct. Very often, events, especially now, want police to be there, and sometimes they want more than what we would require, and sometimes they want more than what we have. Mm-hmm. Especially on these pinch point weekends where we're trying to balance more than one event. It's very rare that there's just one. Very often, these events are layered on top of each other.
That's exactly what I was hoping you would express. Thank you.
Any further questions? So kind of on workload for our officers, something that I've seen that has been controversial at the city level with MPD is, their officers, working off-duty security, things of that nature that put kind of an extra strain on their ability to perform their jobs, adequately. I haven't seen that or heard complaints of that happening with us. Do we have a specific process with that? Do your officers have to come to you for that sort of approval? What's the situation there?
President Olson, we do not permit moonlighting beyond MPRB sanctioned permitted activities.
Yeah.
So officers, for example, cannot go work, at the gas station down the road overnight. We have prohibited that probably 10 years ago by policy, and it's really to help limit risk for the organization and to make sure that we have as much capacity as we can for park-centered activities, events, and programs.
Sounds like a good policy. I didn't know that.
Mr. President, if I could make a quick comment on
Yeah, Councilor Rice.
The chief is absolutely right. I'm certainly familiar with how the MPD used to operate, and quite frankly, a lot of the liability issues that department has faced is because they did allow a significant amount of off-duty work. Police officers would show up in uniforms in an off-duty job, and they present as Minneapolis police officers, and the city allowed it in part because they didn't want to assume the cost of overtime, because you pay overtime and it's time and a half or could be even more. But you're also assuming vicarious liability, if not direct liability. And I think this department, I think the chief's right. Going back a number of years, it put a firm policy down about not allowing that type of work. Of course, the membership may not have liked it, but it's been the wiser choice because we haven't faced the liability issues. And I think even going back in time, it just culturally, this department had a different attitude towards that. And I think it also had to do with the size of the department and just also the demand on the workforce. I think officers here, if they want to work overtime when you get into the summer particularly, there's opportunities to do it. So, but in the process, and I would compliment the chief, you've heard me all say to you privately, I'll take all of the police misconduct liability claims that this board has paid out, and there isn't even any ability to compare it to what happened downtown. And that's redounded greatly to this board's benefit.
Thanks for that context. All right. Okay. Thank you, Chief Fajardo.
Thank you. I think my colleague Jolene is up next.
All right. Welcome, Jolene.
Hello, everyone. President Olson and members of the board. It is going to take me a second to find the presentation here, but I'm going to do it. Of course, under pressure, I'm not going to be able to see it. Okay. But we are not in present mode. Okay. I'm actually a Google Drives person. I think this is the time to say that I am used to slide decks and Macs, and I am still acclimating myself to a world of PC and Microsoft. So thank you for bearing with me there. I'm really grateful that I had a break between Chief Fajardo and Leslie because they were so fantastic. I thought, like, oh my gosh, I just want to run. But I am really happy and excited to be here with you tonight and talk a little bit about my department that I'm learning a little bit about myself as well. I wanted to talk, just a little bit about me because I'm a new director. I believe I am the newest director at MPRB currently, and I am told by my MPRB colleagues that I will be new for 10 years. And then I will graduate into, I don't know, like maybe slightly not so new. And I don't think a lot of people in their presentations talk about the interview process that they went through, probably because it isn't relevant. But I'm going to spend just a second of time talking about that, because I want you to know that this organization really puts its leaders through a very rigorous and comprehensive interview process. And it was extremely thorough. And the reason why I bring that up is because it gave me the opportunity to also interview this organization and really dig deep into who it is that you are, what it is that you do, the mission, the work. And the more that I dug into that, the more I just became so interested in working here and being part of the work that you do. There is just so much that I discovered that I thought, wow, this would be just an incredible place to work for. So I am really extremely happy to be here. And even though that process was pretty rigorous, it's really helped me understand who you are a little bit better and why I would want to be here. So a little bit about me. I grew up in northern Minnesota. I have a bachelor's of communications from MSUM. For people who are from that territory of the Fargo-Moorhead area, it's actually MSU, but if that probably means nothing to anybody, so moving on. So I also have a master's degree in strategic communication from St. Cloud State, and I graduated there in 2008. I dropped that because that was in the middle of the recession, and it was a really hard time for anybody to be out of school and looking for a job. And somehow I landed into school PR, working for Edina Public Schools, and that's a story for a different day. But that started my journey into what became, like pretty much the first half of my career was doing communication and marketing for public education. I spent the majority of my time working for Hopkins schools. And that school district is really similar to the city of Minneapolis in that it is about 50% of color. There is a mix of poverty and affluency. And so, just kind of navigating those tensions of both sides of the spectrum was just a part of the daily life there. And a reason, that made the work pretty satisfying. In my experience there, I had a unique opportunity to participate in some of the more marketing functions of communication and marketing. And in a school district, you might not expect that, but we sort of had to for our enrollment and for our bread and butter. And so we, I had the opportunity to do branding for a public institution. And sometimes that's perceived as, kind of a corporate, thing and not appropriate for a government agency, but actually it is very appropriate for a government agency, especially at a time when the public is not trusting government, doesn't understand government. So being able to differentiate and explain what it is that I did there, and this is something I would hope to bring here, it was just extremely important. I'm also a storyteller by trade, I think. I don't think I've had a job, for a really long time where storytelling wasn't a part of it. And I just find that really fascinating. It's something that even as I evolved in my career and became, like a director and had more responsibility, I just never fully gave that up because I just always liked having that connection with people. And because people are what make up, that's what kind of makes up the brand in an organization like this and where I've come from. I've also had a lot of opportunity to participate in deep equity, inclusion, and social justice work, and that has been really important to me, and I was really thrilled to see that is work that you do here, and that's something that was important to me coming here. So now I'll talk to you a little bit about the team here in the Marketing and Communication Department. I am just beginning to get to know everybody on a deep level, but what I do know and what is certainly very clear to me is that these are a team of people who are very dedicated to the mission of the park board. They are passionate and committed and really, they're here because they believe in what they do. So that is something that is very apparent to me. Coming in as a new director, you have no idea what you're going to inherit. And I'm very fortunate that I've inherited such a skilled group of people that really have made coming into this position pretty easy. So what I want you to maybe know about this is there are 9 people, I won't make you count, not including me, but 4 of those are part-time positions. And so when you look at that, visual, just keep in mind that the hours don't quite calculate to the number of people you see on the screen. So when we talk about what it is a marketing and communication department does, I believe that this picture would look a lot different 10 years ago and even 5 years ago in terms of the scope and the responsibilities marketing and communication really covers. It has changed as I think the public has expected, even government agencies, to have a strategy focus, a marketing focus, being deeply involved in production. And also since the pandemic, and I'm sure everybody up here has experienced this too, there has also been sort of a shift in the public's expectation for responses. What used to be a grace of 48 hours has now turned into 12 hours. We used to be able to have more time to update something, and now it's like that website needs to be updated now. So there is like this expectation, I think, to move quickly and to be really agile while the scope is increasing in terms of what we cover. We pretty much touch all of the different departments in the organization and also work externally. So it's pretty deep work. I wanted to talk about some highlights that the team has achieved in 2025, and I also want to say, although it is probably totally obvious, that I had nothing to do with this. I probably will say we out of just habit, like that's just what I do, but this is really my opportunity to brag about work that I was not involved in. So one thing that has been a pretty big deal is that there's been a lot of work around creating media and communication management policy around social media, around how different staff work with the media, talk to the media, or maybe don't talk to the media. And there has been trainings around that as well. In April of 2026, we are going to go into a new ADA compliance regulation that's going to require the website to, just have a stricter level of ADA compliance. So there's been a ton of work to get us at that level of compliance, and we are there. And I know that that's been a big deal for the web team. During the really unfortunate situation with ICE in Minneapolis, anytime there's a crisis on that scale, the communication team is doing a ton behind the scenes, making sure people are informed, have the information, updating information, just making sure people have what it is that they need. So that was something that the team was, very involved in. I was at the end, but you come in at the end and you're the pinch hitter, and you don't really get, I don't need credit for that. And then, hiring a new communication and marketing director, I know was a big deal. Long before I even entered the interview process, I know that there was deep thought into what was needed, what was coming next, and anytime a new leader is selected, that's a big deal for a team. So those are some of the accomplishments. And then also, there are a number of things that happen in the summer. I have heard a lot about the summer in my short time here, about how in the summer it's going to get very busy. It's, depending upon who you ask, summer is a really exciting time, or it's a scary time, or it's both. But I know that our team really is involved in a lot of work at that time. And so we support a number of grand openings as well as groundbreakings. And then there's just a variety of events that require us to call a press conference, or, just need some special attention. Maybe they're not on the scale of, North Commons, but they still deserve celebration and support. And our team is always there championing that and messaging that and helping frame those situations and events. So when I talk about the great foundation the Park Board has and what our team has already built long before I joined, I think this slide really does explain well maybe the impact of that. So coming from a different experience and doing a lot of research on the Park Board, I was very jealous about your approval ratings and how much the public really likes you and appreciates what you do. You're in the high 80s or maybe even the 90s in terms of being liked and valued. And I just thought that's really high, and I really want those numbers for my employer too. But what you see here is a reflection of that engagement. So we have a number of email newsletters. You probably know them as Gov Delivery. We have over 170,000 people subscribe to like one of these newsletters on a variety of topics. We send 700 annually. That's like 2 newsletters a day going out to different segmented audiences. And we have a 40% open rate on that. And that may not seem like a high number, but it is a high number because 20% is about the industry standard. So that what that's showing is that people care, they're reading, they're engaged, they want to have the information. The 2 social media platforms that we are most dominant on are Facebook and Instagram, and both of those have really strong followings. Facebook at about 35,000, Instagram at 30,000. Those are really high numbers, on par with Three Rivers and some of the other agencies of similar size. But what's maybe more important than that is that there's a pretty significant increase in content interactions in both platforms, and then also like links clicked. And what that is showing is that we have people following us, engaging with us, interested in learning more about us. So that is great news. I would argue that your website is the most important communication tool that any organization could have. It is sort of the hub for all the things, and we have nearly 5 million views annually on our website, which is quite significant. And last year, our traffic increased by 65,000 views. And finally, when we consider news media, we've had over 1,600 stories where we were mentioned or we were the headliner of that story with an estimated view of 14.6 billion, reach. I actually don't know how that number was figured, but if you want to know, I will get that for you. And then I also want to talk a little bit about the internal communications that we do and how well we do that. So we have an intranet that is referred to as PB Intra, and that was established in 2018. And over this year, we saw a huge increase in engagement on PB Intra, most likely due to the ICE activity in Minneapolis. However, that's still a really strong indicator because it shows that in that time of need, in that time of like crisis and need of information, people knew where to go, and they knew that the system existed and were really using it to get the information. So I thought that was a really strong indicator. Hopefully, you receive these beautiful newsletters that we produce every single month. And what I think is very stunning about that is that we have every department in the organization contributing content for those newsletters. So everybody from plumbers to events to the executive office is sharing stories about the agency, about their work, and really celebrating that. And that's not really something that you see everywhere. That just shows strong love for this organization. Finally, we have photography and video. Our photography and video team has been out in the parks. They're just out there all the time. They've done over 200 projects last year of just, on site. If you do have access to PB Intra, you have access to all of their photos, and they make great art. So, just print them off and you have some amazing art for your house or your office or whatever. And then we do our own graphic design in a variety of media or in a variety of formats. And then we have one annual publication where we use a freelancer. Okay, so I think the question that obviously I'm thinking and other people are thinking is now what do we do? We have this great foundation that I think is a very strong launching pad, and what now? So I just want to give you a little sense of where I am in analyzing the department that I am leading. The first step of my work is really engaging strategically with a bunch of internals, mostly internal stakeholders at this point, but I'd like to engage more with external too. What I'm really amazed by is how many people have given me their time. I think I've reached out to most of the directors, not all, but I'm getting there. And also leaders that are, just leading interesting programs or have something that is, I just want to talk to them about. Everybody is willing. Everybody has given me an hour of their time. A lot of times those conversations go over. And what I've learned is that there's just, for as much as I thought there was a rich depth of stories and just amazingness about this organization, there's even more. Everybody has a story. Everybody is like, I mean, this is an organization where people really do care. They care about their work. I mean, it really is, you should be proud to serve it because people are very invested. So as I'm learning more about the system through other people telling me what, like what matters to them and what it is that they do, I'm also looking to audit the systems that are part of the communication and marketing department currently. Really making sure that we are, like on par, like are we doing what we need to be doing in a modern way? Are we, if we have goals set, are we achieving those goals? How are we engaging with the public? Those types of things. And then I would like to take all of that information and develop a communication strategic plan in partnership with the superintendent and my team and of course the executive team to sort of move us forward into the next 2 to 5 years. Finally, as I said, the interview process was really comprehensive and really, rigorous. And it was also pretty long, which for me, I appreciated because I was considering a transition of significance. And so I appreciated the time to sort of, really think about that and think about what that might take to do that. And so like, really from the time I started to be like pretty interested in the interview process, and then when I got the job, obviously, I was thinking about like what it is that I would want to do. And how to come into a department where there's already an established team and how do I set myself up? And so even before I became an employee here, I was thinking about what it is that I want, like what is there that, I would want to do and achieve. And these 3 goals were the ones that sort of like stood with me, like no matter, like what I learned or they just didn't really shift. And the first one isn't really a reaction to the current team because it was made before I walked in the door. But, one of my first and most important things to do is create a collaborative cross-functional team that has a flat structure. And the reason why this is important in a modern communication and marketing department is that there is so much work and and it needs to be done quickly and well, that we really need to be making sure that the team is agile, that you can pass off work, that if, somebody is covering a crisis that came up unexpectedly, this other thing doesn't fall through. And so I've had pretty good luck with those structures in the past. And the flat means that, everybody's working together on an equal plane. And for a creative team, that's essential because otherwise you won't bring forth your great ideas because you're worried, like, well, the boss hasn't said it, so I can't say it. So it's really important that those dynamics are taken out. Everybody has a voice. Everybody's responsible for a piece, and we're all important. The second goal is to optimize MPRB's digital presence and footprint. I think there is a lot of potential in this area. We do a really good job talking in text. I mean, like, we couldn't do a better job with that. If you want something in writing, we've got you. But I would like to bring different mediums into the fold. I would like to see more complicated things explained with visuals or maybe with video or even a podcast because not everybody has the time, ability, or to engage in a strictly visual format. And not that is all we do, but it is like the dominant way we communicate. So I would like to diversify that to just better, it's an equity issue as much as it is a usability issue and an engagement issue. And I think there's just an amazing amount of opportunity there. And the third goal is kind of what I started with, is kind of looking at the brand and looking at all the different touch points. A lot of times in an organization with the history of this, like this, and as big as this, you start to have like your one-offs and 2-offs and 3-offs of these amazing like initiatives that are cropping up, but they aren't necessarily connected back to the brand, their own brand, and then therefore nobody knows that it's MPRB. It's just this thing, but oh, that's you? I didn't know that was you. And so I would really like to explore that on a deep level and make sure we're getting credit for all the amazing things that we're doing, make sure that we're known and it's understood, and I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space as well. And that is the end of my presentation. Questions?
All right, Commissioner Frederick.
Yes, Jolene, thank you so much for introducing yourself to us as a board and giving us a really nice basis for the work that you do. I know how vast that work is. Yeah. One thing that I was sort of pondering on that second goal into the third goal, we know a huge stakeholder in our park system is our kids. And youth are increasingly online these days, right? So kind of how do you see communications and marketing really taking into consideration like the youth perspective and, you know, in terms of accessibility as well, like being able to use these digital resources in a safe way that promotes the park system?
Oh boy, that's a really exciting question.
I hope it's not too, I asked a pretty dense question earlier, so just feel free to answer however you see fit.
Well, I come from K-12, so I love youth. I see a lot of potential there. I know from experience that YouTube is a really great way to reach out to the younger audience. And I'm very interested in Sparked Studios as well. I have a meeting with Rachel, I forget her last name, but she is, thank you, on Friday. And I wish I would have already had that meeting because I think I could tell you more, but I think that there's potential within Sparked Studios, with YouTube. I know that we have a youth advisory council, and in my research, I thought like, I would love to get in front of them and like partner with them, figure out what it is that they're doing. So I have a lot of interest in, you know, because it's sort of a generational thing too, right? It's kind of like if we do want to build a legacy, we need to also be making sure that they understand the value and giving them the ability to have voice in it as well. So I don't know exactly the answer, but YouTube for sure. And then I think there's a lot of engagement opportunities beyond that.
Thank you. And the last thing on that I will add is, you know, YouTube is great. And I think in terms of web design as well, that could be a huge asset as well as having some sort of like kids corner or ability for kids to feel like they have a place to go when it comes to, you know, what activities they can see themselves in.
Yeah,
Thank
great.
you.
All right, anything else? Okay. Let's go viral on TikTok by 2027.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Oh, good.
Get ready.
Mr. Garcia, sorry.
Thank you, President Olson. Director, I was kind of piggybacking off of Commissioner Frederick's question. When we do our intergovernmental relations, you know, with the city and with MPS, how do you see our communications growing and kind of directing our brand and our outreach through the city and through MPS going forward?
Well, in some ways, my answer I think is going to be a little unusual because I think one of the things is that we need to differentiate ourselves a little bit, that we are actually different from the city. We are, you know, like we're connected, but we're a semi-autonomous institution, and that matters in terms of preserving that autonomy. And so I think what we might need to do, or I might need to do, is help people understand how we connect, where we connect, and then actually where we are completely different and our missions are different. And, you know, when we're talking about things like water quality or, you know, things that really matter at that level, that's not the city, that's us. You know, like I think there needs to be like a distinction between those two things as we work together, you know, in partnership, but we do have different goals.
Anything further, Commissioner Garcia? You got it? Okay. Commissioner Benny?
Well, thank you. I just had to put my light on and say thank you for that. I actually really agree with that because I think that also people that are you know, paying for all of this need to understand the value of what they're getting for what they're paying for. So I think that that's excellent. And I can see it especially with some of the community programming and things like that. It's very confusing, I think, to the citizens or the residents. And I appreciated also Commissioner Frederick's comments about connecting with kids because I do think that that might be a little bit of an untapped thing. I know parents are looking a lot, of course, on our websites and for our programs, but that's a great suggestion. And I would also say, I think I've had a lot of feedback about the website just being too dense. I mean, I am no expert on that. And I would say that that if we're going to have a lot of project pages and things, or pages that are specific, topic specific, that we keep them up to date if we're going to have them. That's it. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was interesting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carvalho-Moran.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation and welcome. And just the perspective that you're bringing in. I also had a question about goal number 2, if there's any community engagement with how communities using, or just if there's going to be any engagement on how to, if it's going to be to better serve the community, if there's going to be community engagement, or how, if there's already is, and if there's going to be, what would that look like?
Yes, I think that's a fantastic question. I think what I would like to do as part of the strategic engagement that I mentioned, I mentioned like I want to get to the external piece, but I think what you just shared was critical to connect to goal 2 and really goal 3 too, is understanding like what's working and what's not working. Like, are there barriers? What would you want to see if not this? Like, or is this working really well? Because I think that's the information we need from our constituents to know how to proceed forward. Without that, we're just making a guess. So I think that's essential to being able to deliver in a good way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Great. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Superintendent Bangora, do we have anything further?
Thank you, President Olson and Commissioners. I just want to say thank you to all of you, our commissioners, and I always look forward to these conversations and this onboarding for the board, and it excites me because I think that the most challenging times that we have in the organization, as we look at some things that we deal with every day, what always gives me pause and gives me actually a sense of excitement and to see not only the people that I work with every day in this organization who are absolutely amazing, but to see the work that we do. I know the newsletter that Director Goldaddy put forward, like I read one today and I had to approve it. She reminded me to approve it. But when you read through that and you see the newsletter, it's incredible what this it's one of the best moments for me. Like it inspires me in a very difficult week when I read that. You get to see this organization, you get to see the staff and the work that they do. And so I hope as commissioners that always gives you at least that excitement, that joy, and that pride in this organization, and that you can speak to it for people in some really difficult times too, because it also then kind of grounds you as it grounds me, and I know it grounds this organization, the challenges that we have, because it really is pretty amazing. The fun fact I also want to share too, I'm going to share it. So all of us that we just presented here, myself, Jolene, and also Leslie, and one day off with Chief Ojado, our birthdays are on the same day. So Chief's is one day short, but I just found this out today with Jolene, that 3 of us have the same exact birthday, August 11th, which is kind of surprising. So now I understand why I like them so much and why they hired them and why they're here. So I just wanted to share that. It's pretty cool. But again, thank you for this opportunity. I know we have more to share too. I know Deputy Superintendent Ring will bring forward. You did hear from planning and environmental stewardship. It's just wonderful, wonderful organization, and I hope you're proud of the work that we do, and we'll continue to share. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. All right. If no further commissioner questions on this specific onboarding, we will move on to, in our agenda, on to Planning Committee Resolution 2026-28.
Thank you, President Olson. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I would move Resolution 2026-28, resolution approving the concept plan for Willard Park.
Second?
Okay, any discussion on this? Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-28, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, with that, the resolution passes.
Right, and then again, on behalf of the Planning Committee, I would move Resolution 2026-33, resolution approving a 5-year license agreement with the State of Minnesota Department of Transportation for installation and maintenance of a counter and a camera at West River Parkway located within Mississippi Gorge Regional Park and waiver of license fees.
A second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Any discussion? All right. Yeah, I'm excited about this. I know there was some discussion around, ensuring that the cameras and the data is safely taken care of, which I think is very relevant. But I think this could really help us quite a lot as we plan future parkways, future pathways, e-bikes, scooters, things of that nature, making sure we get it sorted. So I'll be interested to see the results of this. All right. All those in favor of Resolution 2026-33, please say aye. Oh, excuse me, Secretary Ringgold.
President Olson, I think this one might need a roll call.
Okay, I will request a roll call. Secretary Ringgold, would you please take a roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Aye.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney, absent. Commissioner Frederick.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande.
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Okay, fantastic. With that, Resolution 2026-33 passes.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I will move Resolution 2026-32. Resolution approving lease agreement with Pamela Smith for commercial space at 1828 Marshall Street Northeast, Unit 14B, located within the Falls Regional Park for a term of 1 year, effective April 1st, 2026, at the lease rate of $1,500 per month gross, including utilities and taxes.
All right. Is there any?
I'll
do we have a
second.
second? Thank you, Commissioner Benny. Any discussion on this resolution? Okay. Is this this? I would like to. Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Aye.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney, absent. Commissioner Frederick.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande.
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
All right. With that, Resolution 2026-32 passes. We are now on to unfinished business, starting with Resolution 2026-41. Would someone please move and have that seconded?
I'll move Resolution 2026-41, resolution amending a parkland development and easement agreement with Wall Development Company, LLC, for parkland located within the Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail.
Second.
All right. And I see already a question from Commissioner Engelhardt. Would we like to see a presentation on this? Does anyone like to? Okay.
Yeah, yes,
I think the
I would.
board.
Yes, very
so,
much
so let's see the presentation and then we'll get to your question.
President Olson, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to take a little time this evening to talk about actually 3 resolutions in one. So I'm going to try to make it easy for you and talk about all 3 of those at one time and get all those answered. These all have to do with an acquisition of land associated with the Grand Rounds Missing Link. So as you know, the Grand Rounds Missing Link is the spot where once you get to the end of St. Anthony Parkway, you can't come down to the river. And that has been true for 140 plus years. So we are working bit by bit to close that gap. And sometimes that includes acquisition. This is specifically related to the Malcolm Yards development, which is in southeast Minneapolis, across the street from Surly, near the University Transitway. So some background on this. In October of 2024, the Park Board did enter into 2 agreements with Wall Development Company, who owns a large parcel of land in this vicinity that also actually happens to include the famous United Crushers grain elevator. Folks are probably familiar with that one. The purchase agreement essentially included 2 pieces. MPRB was going to buy 2 parcels under fee title, which means we would actually become the underlying landowner, for about 1.5 total acres for about $3.4 million. In addition to that, there was an easement agreement where we would receive a perpetual trail easement for the Grand Rounds. It actually happens to connect those 2 park parcels. And that was going to be done as satisfaction of a future parkland dedication ordinance requirement within the whole Malcolm Yards development. So that easement was going to be granted for free in order to fulfill park dedication requirements in the district for the future. Also, within those agreements, the developer would be responsible for environmental cleanup of all of these properties, the easement and the fee title parcels. And the MPRB agreed that it would apply for Park Acquisition Opportunity Fund money from the Met Council. So this is a grant program that is only available to regional park implementing agencies like ourselves. It usually pays for 75% of acquisition and environmental costs. And it runs basically on a first come, first served annual raise your hand basis, with each of the implementing agencies for the regional parks, including us, having an annual cap. So we can ask and we can get whatever money we ask for as long as we are under our cap and as long as the fund has money. So this is the landscape that we're talking about here. As I mentioned, the University Transitway runs right here. On this corner by 29th, just near the light rail station for Prospect Park, is Bridalveil Gardens, a property that the Park Board already does own. Surly Brewing and O'Shaughnessy Distillery is over in this location, and there's a big massive rail yard up here at the top of the drawing. So the green parcels here are the fee title purchase parcels that we would just buy outright, and then the blue is that trail easement that would be dedicated as satisfaction of parkland dedication within the district. The district is shown as those dashed black lines. These are all development sites owned by Wall Development Corporation, and essentially the deal would be that to the developer, obviously costs of parkland development fees are going to continue to go up. So they're maybe getting the best deal of the moment. But for us to get that easement and be able to start building this trail, we don't have to wait for the developer to develop this land in order for us to get property to create the easement. So that's the deal that was initially envisioned and approved by the board in 2024. We come before you with some amendments tonight because we received PAOF funding, but unfortunately no environmental cleanup was allowed under the grant. That's unusual, but it was done in this case for reasons that I can explain later. The acquisition costs, though, under the grant are 75% of the appraised value of the fee title lands. We had actually negotiated a purchase price that is lower than the appraisal, but the Met Council opted to put that 75% number all the way up at the appraisal. That does help us. So MPRB staff, I should put staff here. MPRB hasn't reached an agreement yet. MPRB staff and the developer have reached an agreement, which I bring forward to you tonight in 3 pieces to do a couple of different things. First of all, the developer is retaining their original commitment to the environmental cleanup, which was listed in the purchase agreement as 25% of the costs, plus up to $300,000 if there were overages. So we expected that 75% of the cost would be covered by the grant. The developer would take the other 25 plus some amount of risk for cost overruns. In this new agreement, then MPRB is actually going to direct approximately $500,000 to that cleanup, instead of the 0 that we would have done before had the grant funded it. That's about half of the estimate. Now note that we're not contributing 75% to cover the grant. We're only covering about 50% of that in cash. The developer will perform the environmental cleanup themselves, as they did intend to do, and they're also taking financial risk if the costs happen to be higher. So our investment in the environmental cleanup is capped, and then the developer would perform the work and would need to cover additional costs should they rise. One other key piece of this agreement is that MPRB would deposit acquisition earnest money up front, actually quite rapidly after this agreement is fully executed, should you decide to act positively tonight. That earnest money can be drawn down by the developer for cleanup costs. This obviously has benefits to them in terms of their debt service, and it was an important part of the deal for them. We also created an approved environmental response action plan. This has been approved by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. That will dictate the work that the developer completes to clean up these sites and actually defines when satisfactory cleanup has occurred. So once the developer says that they're done, we're able to review their work against this RAP and make sure that that is true before we close on the properties. So this is the sketch of the agreement that staff has reached with the developer. It takes us, as I keep mentioning, 3 resolutions to get that done. So not in the order that you'll exactly take them tonight per the agenda, but I want to go through them in the order that makes kind of the most sense logically. So 2026-44 is an amendment to the purchase agreement. We're not revisiting the entire purchase agreement with this action because things like the purchase price and certain closing terms, those all stand. Instead, we have a standalone amendment that codifies the revised terms that I just described. Should you act positively tonight, final execution of that agreement will initiate creating the escrow account and will lead to commencement of the environmental cleanup. The developer is apparently ready to go. It's not just earthwork that has to happen, which might need to wait. There actually is a building on the site that needs to be removed, so work can begin quite rapidly. Resolution 2026-45 is an additional funding allocation. MPRB did already allocate $720,000 in Dibble-Hornstein Parkland dedication funds in order to acquire the parcel. Because the PAOF acquisition grant was written at the higher appraised value, some of those funds already allocated for acquisition can now shift to the environmental cleanup. Met Council was able to create a little bit of space for us at the top of that grant. Therefore, an additional $275 is needed to fulfill the amended purchase agreement, not the whole $500 that is in the purchase agreement, because some of that earlier allocated money is shifting from acquisition to environmental. This particular resolution is actually going to be considered in committee because it is a budgetary item, so it'll be in admin and finance later tonight. We have requested that it be brought to the full board tonight so that all of these can be passed together and that we can move forward with all these pieces quickly. And then the last item is the easement agreement amendment, which is actually the one that you just moved. This one is a little bit more administrative in nature. In order to make this entire deal go, there has to be a legal park dedication district that then can be fulfilled by the easement. Both must be described, and the city, which is a party to our ordinance, needs to act on this item. So after a lot of discussion, city staff and legal counsel have requested a change in how the district fulfillment is described in the easement agreement. We initially described it as being a combination of that easement and then also a little piece of the fee title land. They're not comfortable with splitting hairs that way, and so we're just going to do it as the easement. So that agreement is an exhibit to the purchase agreement. So you're not seeing an entire amended agreement there, but you do have in front of you the text to recital D, which changes how the fulfillment of the district is described. And I'm also asking you to authorize staff to make administrative changes to the legal descriptions, which are included in your packet because the developer has replatted, so we have new legal descriptions, and also the removal of the city as an agreement party of this agreement. The city felt that there were so many things within this easement agreement that are really between the park board and the developer that they did not need to be a party to. The only thing the city needs to do is say, yes, there is a district, here is how it's defined. Yes, there's an easement, and it is fulfillment of the district. So that when future developments come in, the staff are able to say, oh yeah, we don't charge them any fees in this area. So after we make this amendment, should you act favorably, the city will do its own separate resolution, essentially to do just those two simple things. They're poised to do it. They're not going to actually approve this agreement, but they're going to have a standalone resolution authorizing the district. So that's the 2026-41, which is the one that is in front of you just now. So I will pause for questions, and I'll put the map back up so that it's clear and I can point to some things should you have them. Back to you, President Olson.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, as always, Mr. Arvidsson. So Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet with staff and get a presentation on this earlier this week. And I really appreciate being able to do that in advance. And I would understand why anyone would have questions because there's quite a bit. And I think it's great, the ability to work with intergovernmental partners and make this happen. It's a huge deal to District 1. I mean, District 1's unique. We're on the east side of the river. Prospect Park says sometimes we're just totally forgotten and people think we're part of St. Paul. And then it's, of course, the missing link and all of that. So moving this forward now will also address some really big inequities in the southeast neighborhoods in District 1. They have some of the least access to green space and park space. But it'll benefit the whole city and make us more connected as a city. So that's all great stuff. And then some, said, well, don't lose sight of the missing link. So I was just saying that. I do have a question that came up from the presentation earlier. And again, I'm making space for others that might have questions about all this and how creative and good ways to work through a challenge that came up with LCCMR funding. But when I got the presentation earlier this week, I believe it's tracked A, but I'm not sure if I'm recalling that exactly, but there's an artesian well that I heard. And do we know if that's at all, is it polluted? Is this part of the cleanup or could that be like good, usable artesian water? I'm serious. This is a question I have.
Bottle it, Engelhardt.
Yeah, park board water.
To the well.
President Olson, Commissioner Engelhardt, the tract that Commissioner Engelhardt is referring to is right here on the drawing. There are several different tract A's. This is tract A, RLS 1110. This parcel, it looks like a funny kind of loose tooth out of this whole deal. This is actually owned by Surly Brewing, and there is a well there where they actually used to draw groundwater for their brewery operations. They no longer are doing so. I should say I may have said artesian well in our meeting. I guess I can't be totally sure it is an artesian well. I don't know what kind of well it is. I believe it has been partially capped and is no longer operational. We would need to, our goal would be to acquire this property as well, and then we would need to determine what to do with that well. I don't know if there's been enough investigation into it to be able to speak tonight about how that would be dealt with. But we have had conversations across the last couple of years with the owners at Surly about the acquisition of that property. They have no need for it, and so I think that likely would become parkland. We just needed to get through this deal first before we went and talked to them again.
Fascinating. Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, President Olson. I'm curious as to why the Met Council disallowed the use of the PAOF funds for soil cleanup.
Yeah, President Olson, Commissioner or Vice President Deshpande, PAOF funds are a combination of Met Council's own money and then also a portion of the ENRTF dollars, which is lottery funding, which is allocated through the LCCMR. You've heard about that over the last couple of meetings. We're submitting, well, we have submitted LCCMR grants just today. So it's a combination of that funding. So there are Met Council rules and there are also state rules that apply to that funding if you have a combination of them. My understanding was that there was some discomfort with the land having been appraised at its clean value while also needing cleanup. This is not unusual in urban land sales, but I believe that it was primarily the state that was uncomfortable with that math, as it were. And so at the very end of the fiscal year, we were trying to get it in at the end of a fiscal year so that we didn't capitalize our maximum across 2 different fiscal years of the PAOF money. We had to make a decision of basically reappraising and finding a whole new purchase agreement, or we back out the environmental. Staff made the choice to back out the environmental and then see where the chips would fall. So that's the reason, and then after that was determined, it was Met Council that kind of came back and was able to up the grant a bit to the appraised number rather than our initial request, which was the actual purchase price number. So they were able to get some of that back to us. And then at that time, we began kind of renegotiating with the developer to figure out how to pay for the cleanup cost.
Thank you.
What was the full appraised value? If you have it off that top of your head, if you don't, that's quite all right.
President Olson, I don't recall the exact amount. It's several hundreds of thousands of dollars higher than the negotiated purchase price.
Very nice. Very cool. Okay. Any further questions? All right. Seeing none, and seeing no further discussion on this item, easement, is that okay? Secretary Ringel, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Aye.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney, absent. Commissioner Frederick.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande.
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
All right, and with that, Resolution 2026-14 is passed. 4-1, sorry, what did I say, 1-4? 4-1, okay. And now on to the next. If someone would please.
I'll move Resolution 2026-44, resolution approving amendment number 1 of a purchase agreement with Wall Development Company, LLC, for the acquisition of parkland located within the Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this specific one? Okay, seeing none, is purchase agreement as well. All right, Secretary Ringel, would you please take the roll?
President Benny.
Aye.
Sorry, try that one more time. Commissioner Benny. I said president.
Sorry. Aye.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney, absent. Commissioner Frederick.
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande.
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
And with that, Resolution 2026-44 is approved. All right, on to now Resolution 2026-52.
I'd like to move Resolution 2026-52, resolution approving amendment number 1 to the property lease and use agreement for softball field improvements between Minneapolis Public Schools and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board at Creekview Park, Jackson Square Park, it should say, and Todd Park.
Seconded.
Okay, fantastic. All right, and I see we do have some discussion here. Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, thank you. The so-called Jackson Square Park happens to be my neighborhood park. It's right by Edison High School. And, you know, as it goes in Northeast Minneapolis, the streets are named after presidents. I believe the legacy of Andrew Jackson is not what I'd like my neighborhood park, and many of my neighbors feel the same, to continue to be named. So I just, you know, open up for discussion. The park board in the past has, I mean, we're addressing an inequity issue here. We had an inequity with girls softball, and that's really exciting, and to have it so close to home, and that's a great thing. And I think at the same time, maybe we could name the field, and we could engage the community if that means we name the entire park something different. And there are 2 outstanding resolutions to honor 2 people that share the same last name, longtime Park Board Commissioner Walt Dietzick, who did a lot for the parks in the area and was, I guess, quite a ball player himself, and Kerry, who we lost tragically to, you know, Senate Majority Leader Kerry Dietzick, who, you know, led us in that amazing 2023 session. So I'd like to consider naming the field and perhaps the entire park to Dietzick Park in the future, and just thought this would be an appropriate time to just start that discussion with the board and to honor those 2 prior past resolutions and move that along and move away from the unfortunate legacy of President Andrew Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Engelhardt. Vice President Deshpande.
I had a question about the contract and the amendments made. So as I was reading through them, it seemed like initially the school district would pay for the improvements and the construction of the field. We would pay for ongoing maintenance and would not charge rent to the school district. That was the way that I read it initially. But then in the amendment, it seems to say that the school district will pay for the work, but then the park board will reimburse the school district for the work. So am I correct in understanding that basically we're paying for all the improvements and the ongoing maintenance and operations?
President Olson and Vice President Deshpande. I think to answer your question, the amendment isn't addressing maintenance. The maintenance isn't changed. There were originally improvements enumerated in the original property lease and use agreement, with some of those items falling for implementation under the school board and some of those being directed, the cost for them being directed to the park board. So this resolution does two things. We have to pay for those things that are enumerated to the park board. We didn't have a provision for doing that in the original agreement. And then we wanted to add some improvements under our side of the enumeration. So those things are being added as, I think it's referred to as additional improvements in the new agreement. This doesn't change the way maintenance is happening relative to these three fields. Does that answer your question?
Maybe. I mean, it seemed like, I guess, how much of the cost is the school board bearing versus us of, the overall project here?
President Olson and Vice President Deshpande, I don't remember the exact amount. I believe that the agreement originally specified that the school district would be paying something like $2 million or $2.5 million for the improvements, with the remainder falling, with some of those improvements coming to us. And I don't remember what the cost of the park board was. What becomes tricky about this, perhaps, and others who are involved in crafting the agreement might be able to step in and help me remember the numbers, but the school board is responsible for delivering the improvements that were enumerated under its listing in the attachment. I don't remember exactly how the agreement deals with an overage in those costs, but I think the cost of the improvements are actually over the amount of the $2 million or whatever it was stated in the agreement. And I know that Deputy Superintendent Ringgold was integrally involved in this. Maybe she can help remind me what some of those details are.
President Olson, Vice President Deshpande, I'm actually not going to be able to pull the exact number that the school board is paying. But if I might say this a different way, and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, you can tell me if it's correct, but this is my understanding, is that what the school board is paying into these improvements doesn't actually change. But I think we're looking for a more economical way to get our improvements done by having them implement them, and then we reimburse them for it. So I don't think there's a change in kind of the division of implementation. It's just, they're already gonna be on site, they're gonna be able to do the work. We can get it done more economically by having them do our portion of it. Is that?
That is absolutely fair.
All right.
Vice President Deshpande.
Yeah, thank you. And I just also want to thank Commissioner Abeni for pushing this forward and spending a lot of time on it with the prior board and getting this important equity work completed for fast pitch softball and girls sports. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Abeni, to that compliment.
Yeah, that's a nice compliment. I appreciate that. It was a lot of work, and what a great group here. Every part of the organization had to work on that, from the rec side to the planning side, and so on, and more, and operations. But I think I want to just make sure you heard there's a clarification that I think it's 2.5 million, but that the schools are spending, it's for all the locations, not just for Jackson Square. So remember, the schools have an obligation to meet the Title IX level of field, or what's the word, amenity or whatever. And the park board may be taking it to a little bit of a higher level, because our goal is to have class 1 and class 2, or tier 1 and tier 2 fields. Class or tier? See, well, you forget, it's been like, what, 2 months and I can't remember anything. So that is also our choice to do, but there's, the fields will be for the park board's use outside of the school season. And so we promised the community that we would deliver Class 1/2 fields in the 4 quadrants of the city, and that's what we're doing.
Fantastic. Anything further? Okay. All those in favor of Resolution 2026-52, please, Secretary Ringel. This is,
I'm sorry, I'm really
No?
getting into these roll calls here tonight, but we should probably do a roll call on this one as well.
would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Abeni,
Aye.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran,
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney, absent, Commissioner Frederick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker,
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande,
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
All right, and with that, Resolution 2026-52 is approved. All right, and now before petitions and communications, I think I will recess us so we can go through admin and finance and planning.
At 8:10, I am calling to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Secretary Ringel, can you please call the roll?
Vice President Deshpande,
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt,
Present.
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Co-Chair Forney, absent, Co-Chair Carbajal Moran.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Perfect. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay. We have no minutes. So, oh, okay. Oh, can I call? Sorry. Is there any discussion? Sorry. All those in favor for approving the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay, that carries. So we have an approved agenda. Can someone please move our resolution?
I will move Resolution 2026-42. Resolution approving a new lease agreement with Change Inc., leasing space for 14 months at the Luxton Neighborhood Recreation Center located within George E. Luxton Park.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay. Okay, perfect. I'll recognize Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, Chair. I was waiting to see if anyone else that was on the committee would put their light on, but I actually I don't need a presentation, maybe just a quick answer, because, so this seems like, I'm not sure, this entity, they do tutoring maybe? Is it school and academic support? And then what is the role in the agreement for each of the entities? Like, is there a role for the park board with this group, or is it the neighborhood and the group that have a relationship? I think those are my questions.
Chair Carbajal Moran and Commissioner Abeni. Unfortunately, the person who was going to be here from Change could not make it tonight. I can say that Change is basically taking the place of an organization that has been there over 20 years, and that was Eastside Neighborhood Services. And so they, from what I understand, it's seamless. Whatever they were doing for ever long at Luxton, Change will just be the organization that's sort of the financial responsibility and administering the same programs that they've been doing for many, many years. I unfortunately can't answer the recreation in terms of what exactly they present or, they offer. And I believe there is some kind of coordination. I did get an email from staff, I think it was Paul Yeager, and he was happy that they were going to continue. So whatever they are doing and will continue to do will be something that I believe the park board has been very happy with the partnership.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. I appreciate that we're able to keep the services going that people have come to know and respect and, expect. And the east side is having some troubles and going through some changes, and to keep this going is a positive for District 1 for sure. So, yeah, it's good to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, not seeing any. All those in favor, can you signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that carries. Can someone please move our next resolution?
Yes, I'll move Resolution 2026-45. Resolution amending the 2026 Capital Improvement Program to allocate $275,000 from the Prospect Park East River Road neighborhood portion of the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund for acquisition of Towerside Park properties as part of the Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail.
And I know that Director Adam already provided a presentation, but just wanted to ask if fellow commissioners had any questions. Nope. Okay, perfect. Any discussion? Okay. Well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? That carries. Can someone move our next resolution?
I will move Resolution 2026-51. Resolution amending the 2026 Capital Improvement Program to allocate $338,009.80 from the Holland neighborhood portion of the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund to fund field lighting, drinking fountain, and plan implementation at Jackson Square Park.
Do we have any discussion? Okay. Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Okay, that carries. At 8:16, I am adjourning the Finance and Administration and Finance Committee.
All right, at 8:16 p.m., I will reconvene the Planning Committee meeting to hear Agenda Item D 2026-6 for the sailing school.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Commissioners, I'll try to get through this presentation quickly in the interest of time and get to the key question before the board this evening and introduce you and some of you to reintroduce this project to many of you. This is our second study report on this project, a pre-design looking at the relocation of the sailing facilities in the northeast corner of the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park. This project really began guided by the approved long-range plan in 2017 that looked at the northeast corner and recommended improvements to reduce congestion and improve safety for pedestrian and bicycles, to remove and relocate away from this area the 2 boat launches flanking the pavilion, to relocate the sailing school away from this northwest corner, and to relocate the rental concessionaire, currently Wheel Fun, to the south side of the pavilion, and also in the northwest corner to realign a section of West Bidet-McCoska Parkway away from the lakeshore to create recreational space, to create a lakeside building with restrooms and sufficient space for the sailing school, and to provide a relocated boat launch with short-term parking. Things that have happened since that long-range plan was approved. May 16, 2019, we lost the pavilion to a fire, which kicked off a new project to re-envision this area and improve other aspects of the northeast corner of the park. And when the board approved the concept plan for the Bidet-McCoska Pavilion, they directed staff to begin a pre-design process looking at the relocation of the boat launch and the sailing school operation. Overall, the park board did put $8.5 million into the new pavilion and associated site improvements, and that project notably did include improvements to the boat launch crossing, shortening that trail crossing where the regional trail crosses the boat launch entry. We resurfaced the full boat launch. We dredged the lake at that boat launch as well. We removed the median, making for simpler vehicle movements, and created a new drop-off and pickup zone along the parkway associated with the Parkway project. I'm going to pass the microphone to Ted Salzman, the Executive Director of the Minneapolis Sailing School, to briefly introduce his organization to the board.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Chair Garcia, Commissioners, Park Board staff. As Daniel said, I'm Ted Salzman. I'm the Executive Director of the Minneapolis Sailing Center. We're a nonprofit that's called the Northeast Corner of Damacoska home for 35 years. I'm also a lifelong Minneapolis resident myself. I show these logos here just because Minneapolis is the city of lakes. The Minneapolis logo has a sailboat on it, and Damacoska is one of the busiest parks in Minneapolis and the state. And since the early 1900s, people have been sailing on Damacoska. And we are trying to carry that tradition forward and really make sailing and enjoying the water accessible to everyone in the Twin Cities, which historically hasn't been the case. Our mission is to build an inclusive and sustainable community and teach sailing to all. Through our programs, we've welcomed over 25,000 sailors to Damacoska in the last 10 years. In 2024, we were honored with the U.S. Sailing Award for Outstanding Outreach and Inclusion, which is a national recognition for the work we're doing at MSC to provide access to boating and bidet. Through our outreach program, every third Sunday from spring through fall, we host Free Sailing Sunday as an example of our outreach. It offers free 30-minute sailboat rides to anyone who happens to be walking around the lake that day. And in 2025, we had 1,700 people out for a free 30-minute sailboat ride, and over 5,000 since 2021. So these are neighbors, they're families, they're people out for a stroll enjoying our parks that the park board provides, and they're welcomed onto the lake. You know, what a serendipitous thing. So many of them have never set foot on a boat, and we're giving them a chance to experience that. Through our outreach program, we partner with local nonprofits like the ones shown to bring kids and adults sailing who otherwise may not get the chance. We do multiple events with the MPRB rec centers, and we're piloting a full week camp this summer with the MPRB. And some of the programs that were discussed earlier, like Street Reach, sounded like maybe a good partner in the future, one we could consider working with as well. Those are the type of things that we're out looking for and promoting on bidet. So between Free Sailing Sunday, outreach, and direct scholarships, we provide over $75,000 in free services every year. We provide youth camps, adult classes, family lessons, and after-school sailing programs as well. So we're a busy organization and really embodying the spirit that the Park Board possesses. We operate April through October, so we provide eyes and ears on site, on the water every day, in partnership with the police department and the fire department. We act as sort of a helper in that area. We've rescued countless paddle boarders and canoers and kayakers. We've helped rescue wayward sailboats that have escaped their mooring. We even clean the park board dock every day of bird droppings. It's something we do. So we try to be good stewards of the lake and the area, and we work creatively with the park board to solve any issues that come up. We're anchored at the foot of Lake Street. I think we've all seen the news articles and experienced that Uptown needs some investment right now. It needs revitalization, needs a reason for people to come and to stick around. We provide that. For 35 years, we've been an anchor at the base of Lake Street, and we're a third space for many where communities built. So just, again, we're not asking for you to fund a building today, and thank you for taking the time to add this amendment, even though we're not proposing or anything specific today in terms of a resolution. But as Daniel will explain, we're looking for your support to really see what's possible at our current location, as opposed to what the previous iterations of this design have done. And just the key message here is that we're not a yacht club for the wealthy. You think of country clubs and yacht clubs as this exclusive thing. We are not that, and we have a lot of people that can attest to that. And we're a place where people can unplug, which is important these days, and find community on the water. So thank you.
Thank you, Ted. We can happily provide more information about the sailing club to the Board of Commissioners, and Ted will be here to answer questions after the presentation as well. All of this work that they're doing it out of a $680 square foot building with shipping containers next to it, relatively unsightly, doing a lot with quite a small space. These are just some of the examples. There's no indoor programming space. There's no storm shelter for these programs. There's no administrative spaces for any of these programs. So May 24th, 2023, the board did enter into an MOU with the Sailing Club intended to demonstrate a design on the northwest corner as guided by the long-range plan, to engage community to estimate the cost and to identify what cost would be for the park board and what cost would be for the sailing center. And the park board has done work in looking at the geotechnical soil conditions of the northwest corner, a detailed tree assessment, and a topographical and bathymetric survey of that part of the city. We've completed a site plan and worked with the Sailing Club's architect to integrate both site improvements that would have been guided by the park board, as well as a new building that was intended to be about 70% Sailing Club and 30% park board. We engaged the community throughout the process, and I can answer more detailed questions about that if there are any. And refocusing back on the geotechnical investigation here, the northwest corner, which we knew pretty well going in, has very difficult soils for construction with organic silt muck layers down over 30, 40 feet, making it very difficult to construct on that site or very costly to construct on that site. And there are ways for us to realign that parkway and to create more lakeside recreation space and to build a building in that location, but they will come at a significantly increased cost. So when we looked at the building itself, it's estimated to be a $6.6 million building in 2026 construction dollars, of which the park board would take 30% and the Sailing Club would take 70%. So looking at the overall projected costs of this vision, the Sailing Club was looking at a $5 million fundraising campaign, and the park board was looking at over $10 million of site improvements to make this project a reality. To put that into context, the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park has two known funding allocations in the next 5 years, $1.06 million in 2029, and in 2031, $1.8 million. And so the park board park board staff are proposing a new project direction that is counter to the approved MOU, and it's counter to the long-range plan. And we're looking to shift the focus of this pre-design to explore a renovation and expansion of the sailing center facility in its current location, the northeast part of the lake. We'd like to review the need to relocate the boat launch, if at all, to potentially keep that in its existing location, and to consider what amenities should be proposed in the northwest corner if the board were to agree that this sailing center and the boat launch were to remain in the northeast corner. So the replacement amenities in that northwest corner. Notably, if the board supports this new project direction, the new pre-design analysis would run concurrent with a community engagement process, and that would eventually lead to an amendment to the long-range plan. The rationale for this new project direction, the park board project costs far exceed realistic capital for that park over the next 10 plus years. The costs that would be needed for the Sailing Club exceed their desired fundraising goal. The pavilion fire and the new boat launch improvements, including improvements to the trail crossing, were not anticipated when the long-range plan was approved. Park board has made investments into this northeast corner focused on safety. The Sailing Club is working proactively with the park board to improve pickup and drop-off operations, and we are proposing additional operational improvements that can be tested this summer to improve the conditions at the boat launch. And in the Sailing Club, the park board has a successful program partner that is interested in investing in a park board asset in its current location. We have discussed this project internally, as we do with all of our projects, with our project advisory committee. There does remain concerns over congestion at the northeast corner of the park, specifically at that boat launch entry. There is a desire for the park board to focus investments on operational facility improvements, but there is a willingness to test operational improvements to improve the trail crossing safety. So there are these temporary safety improvements I do want to bring to your attention that are being planned for this summer. The first is to convert the boat launch access to a right-in, right-out only. We propose to do that through signage and not through barriers. We are proposing to remove the median at East Bidet Parkway and at 31st so that southbound vehicles can get off the parkway, as opposed to what the current situation is where they're forced all the way down to 36th. So this would allow right turners out of the boat launch to have a way of heading east and back north without having to head all the way to 36th. So the questions before the Planning Committee and other commissioners here is, does the Planning Committee support the new project direction to explore renovation and expansion of the Minneapolis Sailing Center building in the northeast corner of the lake? And is it still supported even if the boat launch were to remain in the northeast corner? Does the Planning Committee have any concerns about the temporary boat launch and parkway operational changes that staff are proposing this evening? If committee is supportive of the new project direction, we would bring a new MOU to the board for approval. We would implement the temporary operations pilot at the boat launch and at 31st and East Bidet. And then we would initiate a limited Bidet-Makaska Lake Harriet long-range plan amendment process, which would include community engagement to bring back to the board before the end of this year. I'll leave these questions up for your discussion and questions for staff in the Sailing Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions at the moment? I guess if I can ask a quick question. I know we had been able to discuss this a little bit earlier. Excuse me. With the removal of the median at Parkway and 31st Street, that would remain a three-way stop sign to facilitate vehicles having to turn left across there where they currently can't. Is that correct?
Correct. Chair Garcia, Commissioners, it would remain a three-way stop sign at that location. The new turning movement for southbound vehicles to take a left and go east, and a new turning movement for westbound vehicles to take a left and head south.
Thank you. And then I guess if possible, if I can ask Commissioner Abeni, since this is your district, if you have any thoughts on that.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to put my light on. I guess I don't need to, but after the committee was done talking about it. But yeah, I think, you know, I had a meeting with Mr. Elias on the, and Mr. Schroeder on the changes to the traffic, you know, of pattern there. And I think it's worth at least exploring. My thing is, yeah, there are going to be times of high congestion. That was the reason to move the sailing school at all, is because of the congestion in that corner. But, you know, it may just be what it is. I can really see the need to not continue to pursue the northwest corner of the lake for constructing the sailing school there. It's just really not financially feasible. So, and I would say that from what I understand, the neighborhoods on both sides of the lake, so now they're both in my district, I think that they will be on board with this change, and they'll understand, you know, why the change is being made, because it wasn't necessarily universally loved to locate the sailing school on the other side of the lake either. So that's what I'll say.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your input on that. Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. I had a question about the number of people that come from the northeast corner versus the northwest. Like, I could understand the benefits of having a building on the northwest side, but it also feels like it's almost St. Louis Park. And the northeast side is, like, that's where all the density is. That's where all the people are coming from. So I'm just wondering if the community also feels it more convenient to have the boat launch on the northeast corner.
Yeah, Chair Garcia, Vice President Deshpande, I think that's difficult to fully answer without going through maybe more detailed community engagement. I think the current users of the Sailing Club program, I think, have a real familiarity with how to go in, utilize that facility, how to get in and get out. And I think that's where we have a real opportunity to, I think, improve safety around the trail crossing at the boat launch, is in working directly with the sailing club to propose new operations. I mean, it is notable, there is intended in the long-range plan, the building that was proposed is intended to also have a park board presence because we do have new light rail station that is proposed in sort of a gateway opportunity. So if we revision the long-range plan, we would be looking at what still can be done in that northwest corner to welcome park users from that new transportation node and from the commercial density that's on that side of the lake.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments? All right, thank you very much for the presentation.
Chair Garcia, I think staff would love to know if you're supportive of this change in general, so, or maybe just let them know if you're not. So if there's any hesitation, letting them know now would be great.
Yeah. So I guess, like I mentioned, I've been fortunate enough, along with Commissioner Abene, to have been briefed a bit on this. And I support the new direction. Certainly looking at the increasing costs that would make the sailing center seemingly completely out of reach based on realistic financing, and acknowledging the great work that the people from the sailing club do. I think it's within our best interest to take a look at moving in this direction and seeing what we can do to utilize the existing area and expand the building there. President Olson.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak, even though I'm not in the committee. Yeah, absolutely supportive of this direction. I know I expressed some kind of doubt with the Northwest proposals when it was brought before us. And yeah, I do think aligning this around, all the activities, everything we have there in the northwest corner, in the northeast corner, I do approve of it. I will be curious to see, as we look at removing that medium, hopefully it doesn't too greatly affect traffic patterns and other ways of folks trying to cut through there, to cut through neighborhoods or things like that. I do think the medians have, provided some good, calming and other positive effects. That said, if it's needed to make the sailing school work, I'm absolutely totally fine with that. Dan, sounds like you might have some comments on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Garcia, President Olson. We have also had conversations with the city of Minneapolis in piloting these two changes to get some traffic cameras up at both of those locations. So we will have data supporting traffic count changes as well as safety at those locations. I will also say, to your point, however, that stretch, southbound East Bidet, is a challenging spot for speeding because southbound vehicles are not interrupted by any vehicle movements for any westbound vehicles. So there is a bit of a speed alleyway for southbound vehicles currently that we think this might mitigate.
Yeah, we frequently get contacted by some constituents who really have some unpleasant experiences with speeding. So that's a good point that I didn't consider. Thanks for that.
Right. Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Yeah, I'm also supportive, and thank you for the presentation. I think just looking at the just the spacing, like I see the need. Echoing what Commissioner Garcia said, I know that just like across the board and different agencies are just like funding is really, really tight. But yeah, I am supportive, and also thank you to Commissioner Benny for just the perspective of her district as well. So, but yeah, supportive as well.
Commissioner Frederick.
Okay. As I am speaking on behalf as a non-voting member of the committee, but voting, I'm supportive of the plan and appreciative of the various community members and members of your organization who have come out to speak very favorably and highly about the work that you do. And I am in support of the new direction as well.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, I mean, count me as supportive as well. I mean, like, generally speaking, why are we going against a plan and community engagement that's already happened? But this was well presented. I don't want to name that. And it's, pretty obvious that there was a fire, and now there's, I mean, I love Pimento there, and I love hanging out there, so I get it that it's congested, but it's also cool to have so much going on in a way, and it's financially feasible and that sort of thing. So count me in as supportive as well. I mean, it's never over till the votes are cast, right? And there might be some sort of thing we haven't considered, but well presented and on board with this move. Thanks.
All right, any further comments? All right, thank you again for your presentation, and we really appreciate having you here this evening. And with that, at 8:39, I will adjourn the Planning Committee meeting, which I believe takes us back to the full board.
All right, I will now reconvene the full board. We have one item that was approved and is moving up from administration and finance. Commissioner Carvajal-Moran, would you please? We have two. Yes, of course, it is two. Thanks for, you passed my test.
Yes, on behalf of the administration and finance committee, I will move resolution 2026-45, resolution amending the 2026 capital improvement program to allocate $275,000 from the Prospect Park East River Road neighborhood portion of the Dibble Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund for acquisition of the Tower Side Park property as part of the Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail.
Okay. Second.
Seconded.
Thank you. To discussion of this resolution. Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of, do we need to roll? Okay, all those in favor of resolution 2026-45, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, with that, it passes.
Okay. I'll move resolution 2026-51, resolution amending the 2026 capital improvement program to allocate $338,009.80 from the Holland neighborhood portion of the Dibble Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund to fund field lighting, drinking fountain. Wait, was it? Plan implementation at Jackson Square Park. Wait, do I have that correct?
Okay.
I second that.
The Commissioner Frederick seconds the correct motion from Commissioner Carvajal-Moran. Resolution, discussion on this resolution. Okay. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of resolution 2026-51, please say aye.
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 Opposed? With that, resolution 2026-51 passes. We are now on to petitions and communications. Let us start with Commissioner Benny.
I will pass.
Commissioner Garcia.
Pass.
Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Can I come back?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
I feel like passing, but I mean, it's been a rough 2 months, that's for sure, in office, or 2.5 months. I've been happy to meet with community groups, Wyndham Park, St. Anthony West Neighborhood Organization, last night East Bay Neighborhoods, and it's really helpful to have staff there too. So I feel like that's something it's super obvious, but making sure staff's there and having an agenda. So if community wants to meet, I want to meet too, and I want to make it as productive as possible. And to that note, a community member said, what would it take to get open gym volleyball? So I, inquired about it, and that's very much in process now, and it's quite an obvious, there's enough of a community interest, and so how can we, build community in a way that brings people together, that interests them? Let's do that, and let's be in communication and work closely with the excellent staff and all the workers at at the park board. They're excited to do that. I made sure, or I shouldn't say made sure, I asked for staff to be at the East Bank Partners last night, and, and said I appreciated them being there when I spoke, and they said they don't get that enough, so let's just, let's all get that synergy going in community, and I think we can have a unique role to play in getting through this brutal occupation that we've experienced by the federal government, and we keep us safe, we build community, and we're going to have to do more and more of that in this time. So the numbers are way too high that we've come to accept. ICE is still here. We keep us safe, abolish ICE, but in the meantime, let's build community through the park board. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Frederick.
Thank you, everybody, for your presentations today and for the enlightening information. As a new commissioner, it was very helpful to get a scope of understanding of your roles and the ways that this organization is truly a mosaic of incredibly dedicated staff members and community members alike. So thank you for that. Thanks to everybody who came out to speak to us, and I'm just really looking forward to moving forward into this busy season as a park board, to supporting and creating new opportunities to engage in community. So thanks, everybody.
Commissioner Rucker.
Pass.
Vice President Deshpande.
I had the fun time of attending a Minnehaha Creek Watershed District meeting recently, just as an observer. There were a number of Minneapolis projects on the agenda that involve a lot of our districts 4, 6, 3, and 5. So a lot of the city is affected by this one body. And there's a bunch of projects in the pipeline that I'm super excited about, particularly Cedar Lake Meadows. And there was another Cedar project, I'm blanking on the exact details, but it involves Minnehaha Creek. So I look forward to seeing those projects move forward, and I look forward to hearing about them more here at the park board. But I also would recommend everybody attend some of these advisory committees that are happening with our watersheds. The other thing is, I watched a great movie, a Pixar movie called Hoppers. I don't know if, it's worth watching. It involves a corrupt mayor who's trying to build a road through a natural area, and an intrepid group of beavers come to the rescue. I, of course, could not watch the movie normally and just kept considering how it was a violation of 4F policy. But it was a great movie, and I recommend it.
Awesome. Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Yeah, I just want to give a invitation. I made this invitation past committee. There is a Dreaming Restorative Future Circle series is going to have a session on March 23rd from 5:30 to 8 p.m. It's going to be at the Weber Park Community Center, and so the organizers are going to have a community to talk about just like what this community safety looks like. And so I know that we had presentations from the Community Connections and Violence Prevention team, and so just like I don't know, just wanting to put the invitation out there. I know that the organizers ask if other just leaders or just community members can join this conversation, and I can send the link as well if folks are interested. So just wanting to extend that invitation. Thank you.
Did you say that was Weber Park?
Yeah, Weber Park Community Center, 4300 Weber Parkway, Minneapolis, 55412.
And on the 23rd at what time?
5:30 to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Next Monday, yes, correct.
Okay. All right, I too shall pass. And with that, I will adjourn the full board at 8:48 p.m.
I call to order the Employee Relations Committee. Can I get a roll, Secretary Ringgold?
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Frederick.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Vice Chair Rucker.
Here.
Chair Engelhardt.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
All, any opposed, any abstain, or is it, do we have it?
All in favor?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. I don't believe we have an approval of minutes to do tonight, no. Very good. So moving on to the action items. We don't have a public hearing, correct? No. Yeah, very good. Moving on to the action items, can I get a motion for Resolution 2026-47?
I will move Resolution 2026-47, resolution directing the superintendent to develop a staffing model for labor relations.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Don't need a second. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any discussion items, questions, or thoughts on this? Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. I'd love to hear more.
Yeah. So this resolution brought forward by me, the chair, is, I just want to say at the outset that, it's like, well, this is doing something that, was already sort of in motion, but it, passing a resolution makes it public and transparent, and something that I certainly campaigned on. I believe a lot of us campaigned on is labor and doing the best practices and really striving to be that employer of choice. And, I think we have some things to work on, and we're well on our way in so many aspects. And having a labor relations director and a labor relations department is a best practice, in my opinion. And it is reflective of the superintendent's office agrees. Council Rice and I have met several times on this and agree that this is a good path forward. I will say that moving this along and having it be formally done through the board, is obviously more public, and we'll learn along the way and be in conversation in a way that we only can in these meetings pursuant to the legal requirements and how we communicate. So I think it's great that it's moving forward in this way. I want to also point out quite publicly here in this public open meeting that the reality is we're not going to see a labor relations director or a labor relations staffing reality for about a year from now. Would be about the soonest we'd see this change. So change takes time, and wanted to get out this publicly noticed and as much light on moving this direction as possible. We're going to have to pass a budget that funds this, so opening that dialogue as well. But it really is a best practice, and it'll be important, who we hire in these positions. And fundamentally, in my opinion, it is, then it is that person's job to be the go-to for grievance handling and contract negotiations. So naming that, we have two big contracts up at the end of this year that won't be bargained under this new model, which, is an unfortunate reality, but I just want to name that so that we all can start thinking about that right now. I've been thinking about it already for a while. So that's 363 and the AFSCME collective bargaining agreements. So those are two big and very important parts of the workforce and our union represented siblings and staff. So I'm excited to pass it and move it forward and just make it as much out in the open as possible, and open up discussion amongst us as commissioners and the public about moving this way. So this person would also, I represent state employees, and this is a model that is there. And when someone is really good at this job and is open to working through it, they coach and they counsel supervisors in various aspects of management, and they can really help the day-to-day and the workplace culture, and they can also help the employer in this situation. And the employer is the Park Board, avoid problems that we have, legal counsel that we're happy with, but it's to just be there more embedded in the day-to-day life and the day-to-day culture. So I think it's a positive move, and it, I'll let the superintendent's office and legal counsel speak for themselves if they'd like to, but I'm very, very pleased that this is moving forward and that we all seem to be aligned on this move. So with that, I'll take any questions or thoughts and open it up to anybody else I named, because I did speak for you a little bit. See, yes, Vice Chair Rucker.
Questions, a couple questions. Would this person be a consultant, and how many people are you talking about? One, two? Would this be a department of several people?
I mean, and this is where I would move to, asking either Jennifer or Al or Brian and some of their thoughts on this. In my mind, at a minimum, it's one person in the role of labor relations director, but the model could expand. I mean, it's a high level position. It's a significant amount of pay to look at. So I don't have, other than one person. I don't really have. I haven't gone much further, but it could employ more and could need to expand depending on needs. But I do believe we need at least the one position to begin with.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just wondering how we're gonna fund it, since we are tight with money. I just wouldn't want anything with you getting cut, for this position.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, this is where perhaps Council Rice could speak up as well, because in reality, this is going to take some billable hours away from Rice Walter, and not all. They would probably still handle arbitrations. It's not. I don't think if we have one labor relations director, it would make sense for them to also handle arbitrations. So it's not like it would take everything away by any means, but some of the billable hours would be reduced. But yeah, we obviously are going to have to figure out how to fund it for sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's my concern, is where the money's gonna come from. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rucker. Secretary Ringgold.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. Yeah, I would say the emphasis on this particular resolution is to develop a staffing model. And then we're trying to get that done in a time frame that would allow that to be part of your budget conversation. I think the board has already articulated in at least our first budget meeting that labor relations is something it's interested in. It's been on the wish list for the superintendent. I know Director Brooks has also been on her wish list as well, and it's something we've actually attempted to do in the past. But it will, once we have a model for you, we'll probably even have maybe some options so that you can think about how to roll it in over time. But to Commissioner Rucker's point, this is something that will have to come probably at a cost of somewhere else in the organization unless we're able to get a new funding source to cover it. So it will be a big part of your conversations at the budget time.
If I could just jump in. I think the Secretary articulated this well, as Commissioner Engelhardt has talked about this issue. I think talking to some of the other board members, this is a unique organization, and I think for a long period of time, things have succeeded reasonably well for a long period of time how it's worked, but the workforce has grown. Not the full-time stuff, but there are a lot of people who work for this organization. Approximately 600 full-time position across a variety of areas, and then just a huge number of part-time people. And the demands of the organization have been pretty large. We've talked about it in the past. If this were a freestanding city, it would be the 5th or 6th largest municipal budget. Other organizations of that size would typically have a labor management relations person. I think this organization has grown up, and by and large, it's been quite successful, but there has been a need. The superintendent, certainly, and the secretary approached our office several years ago about how could you do better, and I think the staff, others have tried to come up with that. I think what this resolution would do would really be to task the staff over the next few months as you develop a budget to give this board some options to look at it. But I think to be transparent, there would be a cost or a position. I would relate one issue that I really encouraged this board several years back. Ms. Gokemeyer is still here. I think as you saw in her position, the interaction this board has with multiple agencies is really important. And you really need a person in that position. For a number of years as the lobbyist, I would do some of that and the other staff would do it, but it's very intricate. And I think so is labor management relations. You have a very good HR department, but HR isn't always labor management relations. And you've actually asked your staff in a lot of positions, that kind of the department heads, to actually do several jobs. I mean, they're the department head, but they're also become the labor management relations position, and sometimes that puts people in a tough spot, because you got to, and you also have to be skilled in those positions. And you know, I think I would encourage the board, as you look into this issue, it's very complex relationships. And I think the board actually, as your lawyer, as your attorney, just giving you the fair assessment, I think historically the staff has really done very, very well for the board, but they've also had to manage some tough spots. They're administrating contracts, and there's almost like no buffer zone between your recreation person, your environmental steward position, a lot of other things, and with the employees. And that, I think, Commissioner Engelhardt, you've seen that in your job. On the other hand, there's a lot of good, unique things about this operation too. I mean, you heard from the chief of police, just police misconduct cases, the fact that we've had very few has saved this board millions of dollars compared to other agencies. And I think you could maybe even translate that into some of the labor relations stuff, but times change too, so.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, Council Rice said so many things, and it can limit liability. It also takes the load off of department directors and others that have been doing this work, and you know, and going to training and that sort of thing when the training could be in-house. So to be very clear, this is, you know, an in-house. They would be staff and employed, and it's a high level position and high level skill level, and it's, you know, you got to pay for that. But okay, so. Can this just be a up or down vote? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Resolution 2026-47 passes. Just moving along with the study report item, which is employee survey results.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brock Hauge. I'm a member of our HR team here with Wendy Mung and May Brooks. And tonight I'm happy to be able to present on our 2025 employee survey results for all of you. So just to give you a little background, we started working with Perceptics. They are a vendor for administering the employee survey in 2025. And through the work with them, we were able to streamline our question sets for the 2025 employee survey and open that to our employees starting November 5th and kept that running through the 21st. After the 21st closed, then Perceptics, they began doing their analysis. So all individual responses were sent to Perceptics. The Park Board does not receive those individual results, which is good. We want to make sure that our employees know that these results are confidential, and that gives us better information about the sentiment within the organization. And then after the completion of that analysis, we went through an executive team presentation on December 17th to directors on the 26th, and then we released the results along with training to the staff February 5th. And overall, we had really, really positive results, especially looking from 2023 to 2025. Our engagement index actually rose by 6 percentage points, increasing from 76% up to 82%. Our response rate also rose slightly. It rose from 63% in 2023 up to 66% in 2025. And we did see a decline in the average completion time through some of the work that we did with Perceptics to streamline that for the employees. And we brought that down just a little over 50%, so that the entire survey took about a a little over 7 minutes to complete for everyone. And from those results, we were presented with a number of different items, but some of those are strengths and our opportunities. With our top strengths, kind of bucket that into 3 items for us. We did see that mission and strategic alignment was one of our strong suits. Our employees have a high awareness of our mission and vision, and also a strong line of sight into the goals of the organization. Another strength was our workforce stability and commitment. So our employees do have an intent to stay at least within the next 12 months, and they do find their work meaningful. And we also saw a lot of trust in our frontline leadership with our supervisors keeping their commitments with staff members. But we also have those opportunities too. One of those is really organizational effectiveness. So there was sentiment that cross-department cooperation could improve, distributing information that could also be improved. Another opportunity for us was really around workforce sustainabilities, ensuring that we have appropriate staffing levels, that the workforce has the capacity to do the work that it's being asked. And we also saw a need for looking into advancement and voice of our employees as well too, ensuring that there is equal career opportunities across the board and involving those employees in decisions that affect their work. And all of those questions then Perceptix groups into different categories for us. So as we look at category results, we saw statistically significant positive difference of over half of those category results, which is really stellar for us. I have them on the screen here for you. I won't read through them all, but I think as we go through this, you'll see that even with some of these, you will note that some of the results, as we look at all of the categories, may be lower on the list, but I do want to call out that we have made market improvement on those. So when we look at all of those category results, we really have a lot of positive favorability among employees. And we do also have areas of improvement. So right at the bottom, resources and support. I know you probably have heard that multiple times, even this evening, around the need for more resources and support. But I think overall we're definitely on an upward trend. And it really is about that positive momentum. So from prior years, we're seeing higher scores in all but one statement this time around. Our engagement scores have risen, and the item that we had with the highest upward trend by 17 points was, I receive appropriate recognition when I do a good job. And I think that speaks to also almost 80% of our employees saying that they are treated with dignity and respect. And all areas of the employee experience, nearly all areas of the employee experience have received higher favorability as well too. Our drivers of engagement, top 3 are actually growth and development. And that makes sense because employees who believe, right, there's a promising future for them here at the Park Board are more likely to be fully engaged in their work. And I think 7 in 10 employees noting that when they receive appropriate recognition when they do a good job. And when we spliced that out and we looked at tenure, we found that early tenure and late tenure employees tend to have a more positive view of growth and development than our mid-tenure employees. So probably some investigation and work to do there a little bit more. But we are not without our challenges. We do have some operational challenges. Those include some low perceptions of communication and cooperation across the organization. We can see that with less than half of our employees agreeing that the Park Board is effective at distributing information across the organization. We also saw that safety, while it is at 75%, that is definitely a priority for all of our employees, so we want to see that improve, get past that 75%. It would be lovely if we could get to 100 someday. And access to resources, again, people, equipment, that has also improved, but more room for improvement remains on that. For employee experience, we have also seen statistically significant improvement across all categories of that employee experience. If we look at the top 2 with supervisor relationship, teamwork, and collaboration, you'll see that our low points were in 2019. but those have ticked up quite a bit as we come to 2025. It remained relatively stable in 2023. For the bottom two, recognition and reward and customer orientation, our low point was actually in 2023. We had a slight tick down from 2019, but then we saw that significant increase as we came into 2025. And it's also important for us to evaluate whether or not the employee experience is the same as the manager experience. And we just have a snapshot up here for you tonight. But in general, really the manager experience is the employee experience. They're having, that same kind of understanding of what's occurring. The only thing that I would point out here for all of you is if we look to the second item where we're talking about the effectiveness of distributing information across the organization, we do see a larger gap there between managers and employees, with employees showing more favorability for it. And that just might be because managers are closer to a lot of that information and just aren't seeing it in the way that they would like. So probably, again, some more investigation there for us. Across groups, when we look at our favorability, so if you see the little pie circles up there, that is the overall favorability for each of our 5 divisions. The thing to note is our engagement's actually very strong across all divisions. I think the lowest we have is 79, highest is 89. But we also see that perceptions are going to vary across other categories as well too. So I'll take recognition and reward, for example. We see within recreation services that's at 57 versus over in support services that's at 81. So there are some differences there that we'll be working through in action planning, which I'll talk about in a moment. So action planning. Now that we have all those great results from Perceptics, we got to do something with it, right? And that's where action planning dives in. So at a department level and a division level, those results will be reviewed together with staff members. We're using that information to help set our priorities as we move forward. So teams are going to identify areas of focus based on those results, and then work as a group to really determine what the solution is going to be. So that's nice because when we're bringing everybody together into joint decision making around what we should do to actually improve areas of concern, that has shared ownership and accountability across the board. And then part of action planning is not just, all right, we've developed the solutions, great, we move forward. We actually come back for ongoing communication and progress updates to make sure that staff are aware of what's going on and leaders are getting the feedback on how things are actually going for staff members. So in 2023, or I should say our 2023 survey results, that sparked action planning as well. And the theme that we had around really those results was communication. And we did see an increase, an uptick in communication index scoring this year. So some of the things that the organization did to help improve communication with employees and leaders is we now have a second Wednesday at 1 series where we have members of our leadership team physically on site at a park location, engaging with staff members, updating them, and then also taking questions and having that dialogue back and forth. We're seeing that we're being more intentional about our meetings, having detailed meeting agendas sent out in advance so that people can review those, determine what is going to be important, what they need to bring into those discussions, and to also be prepared for when we actually are present within those meetings. We're shifting some of those meetings as well into more in-person. So we're seeing citywide, organization-wide meetings, a time for people to actually come together, be able to be present with one another, do work, but of course, also have a good time. And we're having increased leadership presence in the field as well too. That's really important, not only for staff to be able to see their leaders out there in the field, but also for leaders to be able to see what's going on with staff, understand the real challenges they might be experiencing or facing as well too. And then of course, we gotta have a little fun, right? So, ways for staff to connect, celebrate, and have fun. I know one of our divisions, they started with having everybody go out to a rodeo, or maybe having a little cupcake, and I can't remember what they call it, but basically, treats, conversations, things like that. So some simple things, some things that take a little bit, more time to put together. But all in all, I think those actions have really led us to the results that we've seen for 2025. I know Deputy Ringgold, she sent around, I think, the individual items as well too, so you'll have those to be able to review. With our action planning though, our next steps are here shortly to gather as divisions and departments and to really look at what is one theme or focus area that we can kind of tackle. And once that's identified, working with staff members, then we need to determine at least two things that we can do about it. It might be a short-term item, and then there might be a longer-term item that requires planning. But that's going to be, again, that collaborative process where we're working with staff members to derive what those solutions are going to be. And then from that, at least 3 times talking about it. So as those solutions are put forward and implemented, we want to be able to come back together to say, okay, how is this working? Is this making the conditions or this situation better? And if it's not, let's change it and modify it so that we do get to the end result that is going to be essential for our employees. And then that'll continue all the way through until we get into our next cycle of the employee survey. So with that, thank you very much. And any questions?
Commissioner Frederick.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions, so please don't think I'm grilling you. This
No, that's
just
fine.
came up in conversation. So a few questions. Number one, I'm curious, did previous boards receive a detailed description of these results?
I will pass that to Deputy or Superintendent Ringel.
Chair Engelhardt, Commissioner Frederick, yes. Very similar to the presentation you received tonight.
Great, thank you. And then number 2, for employees, do the employees still, it's to my knowledge that employees previously had meetings together where these results were to be shared. Do you know if there are similar plans in place for those meetings to take place where employees will get the results shared with them?
We did have, as an organization, we provided 2 in-person training options, and we have interactive e-learning for the results for employees, and that's all been distributed to employees, and then also the in-person sessions have concluded.
Okay, so was that those 2 specific in-person meetings, or was it department by department?
No, this was organization-wide. So after moving into action planning, individual departments and divisions, they will be meeting with the
That's
staff
still
in
to
their
come.
area. And then those results are going to look different from the organization results because that drill down is going to be specific for the division or that team.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, I understand also that in previous survey collection, there was the opportunity for employees to input 5 words that they would use to describe the workplace of MPRB. And to my knowledge, I understand that the 2 that were tied for first place were fun and toxic. 2 very opposing words, but I believe it reveals a lot, about an organization in terms of where do we have gaps in order to grow. Are you familiar with why that option was removed from the survey if it was yielding such diverse results?
I'm not for, do you know which survey it was?
To my understanding, this was the previous survey.
2023?
Yes.
Hey, Director Brooks.
Thank you, Director.
Brock would have no idea. He just started.
Sure.
2023.
Previous to you being here.
Right.
Yes.
So one of the things that we look at every time we do a survey is what is trending and what is popular. One of the reasons we took it out is the experts at Perceptic said that's really kind of passé, and it is not something that they would view as critical. So the way we structured the survey this time would be more critical to ferreting out those kinds of feelings. So that's why we took it out. We were trying to be as, for lack of a better phrase, cutting edge as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I sort of understand it as if you have something either very positive or very negative to say, you will say it in this section and trying to kind of more, yeah, be more direct with the results that you're looking for.
Correct. So one of the things that we try to rely on is when you choose a vendor that's supposed to be very good at what they do, and we have the same vendor as the city of Minneapolis, and they have had really good results with theirs. So we really rely on them for their expertise in design. And so that's one of the reasons we took out the word cloud.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you. It's all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you for those excellent questions. Commissioner Frederick, I believe Vice President Deshpande was next up.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. My question is around, all of these questions, were they basically just a numerical scale, or were employees able to enter in extra commentary around each question?
It was going to be, probably a sliding scale of, okay, how would you rate this, if I remember correctly. So that was the setup, yes.
Okay, because I do a lot of these types of like Net Promoter Score surveys, and one thing I found is that traditionally it's you just take the favorable number and you subtract the unfavorable number and you get to a score, which sounds good, but the problem with that is that you end up destroying a lot of data because there's a lot of data in the neutral values too. So when people rate something, 5 to 7,
Yep.
they're telling you something. And so I just want to make sure that that data is retained or is at least probed into a bit as to why somebody provided a neutral value.
Yeah, we can definitely check with Perceptics to see exactly what their thoughts are on that. I do know they include the neutral scoring, though, as part of that. So we do see the favorability of the neutral and the unfavorable ratings within it, but we can check with them.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, maybe the most glaring thing, was that the lowest score was around there is effective cooperation across departments. And I'd love to hear, like, what are we going to be doing about that?
I think that'll be actually what comes out of action planning. That'll be really where the individual departments and the divisions, they're going to be looking at the results, and that will really be up to them to determine if that's something that they want to look at. And then I think from there, that'll probably lead into discussions with leaders about how, where we see departments working together closely, what does that look like? So that'll probably come out of that action planning, which I believe will start kicking off here soon as we move into April.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very soon.
Commissioner Garcia. Or wait, sorry, Commissioner Carvajal Moran was first. I need to do a stack.
Commissioner Garcia can go there on the committee. I'm not, so.
Well, your light was on first. Go on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to put my questions in order. So, I'm looking at the questions and I'm just wondering if other statistics where, like, I know that we contract a lot of like young people. Was there was that taken into consideration? Just like statistics for like race, ethnicity, just like of workers?
Yes, so all the demographic information, that is included. So for those that do have access to that within their departments, they can take a look at that by age range. They can take a look at that by, race. They can take a look at it by tenure. So they do have the ability to drill down with that, but that's going to be up to directors within their departments to be able to explore that in full. But yes, that's available.
Okay, beautiful. And then, again, looking at the questions, just looking at them, reading them, it definitely caters on like favorability. I know that there was one question about racial equity. Like in the future, I don't know, just exploring, I've taken some of also these evaluations, and so there has been other questions that like get into like, I don't know, just like microaggressions or just like those like, I don't know, just deeper questions into racial equity. And so I was just curious because I saw that question and I was wondering if there were just more of them. So like in the future, can there be, I don't know, just looking at a racial equity lens, just a focus on that as well?
Yeah, I think we would have to take a look at, right, we need to look at the total question set, and we need to determine how many are going to be in there and which ones. So I think it's definitely something for consideration. We also do have the option to engage in pulse surveys too if we're looking at particular items that we want to drill down a little bit deeper into. And then we do have our racial equity action plan work that'll be happening this fall as we look to put forward a new one of those.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for those excellent questions, and thanks you for the answers, of course, as well. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. So I guess just sort of a general comment that I see from having had to do action planning around these sorts of surveys in several iterations of my past life. One of the things that I think feels universal across almost all types of work that I've ever done is it seems like people are very positive on their department. Looking at the things that are like, in my department, I am treated with dignity and respect. My immediate supervisor treats employees fairly. My immediate supervisor keeps commitments and things like that. And then the issues tend to sort of come when people think about the broader organization and thinking about how how we interact with other departments and other people. So I guess that would be just sort of my 10,000-foot view.
Yeah.
Is that's where some of that work should be focused, is how to get that trust across the different departments. And then I guess one other area that really stood out for me, it wasn't as low as the cross-department cooperation, but where I work, we set clear standards for product and service quality. That stood out to me as kind of low, and along with that was where I work, customer feedback is used to improve our work processes. So when you're doing the action planning, obviously this will look potentially different for all departments, but do you have guidance that you give to the departments around how to identify issues like this that maybe do fall in that gray area that was mentioned before, and how to address these sorts of things?
Perceptics does provide some guidance in action planning, and every director should have access to their portal to be able to go in there. And then it is an interactive feature that does help them with some of that. So what it'll do is it actually sorts out all of their items, and it tries to push the ones that need the greatest attention to the top, so that starts to gain their attention, right? Of like, oh, these are troublesome. It doesn't mean they have to stay with that, but Perceptic's system does actually kind of push those more towards the top for us.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Benet.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not on this committee, but I just wanted to weigh in a little bit too. Thank you for this detailed report. I really appreciate it. And I guess this looks very. I work at the University of Minnesota. Yeah. I think that's even the same vendor. I can't quite remember because again, but it's very similar. Although I think there's some higher marks here for the park board around the way of, I think the individual feels, it looks to me, about working here and the meaning of their work to them. And I think that's a really big opportunity for the park board. And I think the park board is aware of that opportunity. But I also like that these benchmark against the organization by comparing year over year, and you sort of keep the similar questions going every other year as well. Yeah. But are there any comparables that the vendor offers about other governmental entities Or is that too hard to compare?
They don't have any specific for other government entities, but they do have their own benchmarks, which of course that takes into all the companies, every single individual they take. So from that, they've established their own benchmarks, but they don't have it drilled down to, government agencies.
Yeah, what I see in this is again, the places I've worked are similar, that this is a large but distributed organization. And I think when you have a distributed organization, I mean, it's geographically distributed across the whole city in many locations. I think sometimes there's a feeling of siloing, or some of the interactions between departments don't feel as smooth. So that doesn't surprise me. But, as the departments, of course, work on what they want to prioritize, I'm sure they'll drill down and figure out what they need. So, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you, commissioners, for all your excellent questions and thoughts. I do have, and thank you for presenting and taking the questions, of course. I mean, this is a report. I'm wondering if from this, or, with the vendor, if not, but maybe the answer is yes. Do we feel, does the superintendent's office feel that there's information here that would help, direct negotiations as we look at these massive contracts that are up that expire at the end of this calendar year? Is there information related to compensation or other inferences we could make as we approach that?
I think that would definitely be up to probably Al and Jennifer to see if there's anything there. I mean, really, when we're looking at employee surveys, that's around sentiment, and then I don't know what that would look like for each of the individual contracts that we have up for renewal. But of course, I mean, they could take that information into those meetings and those discussions and see if there's something that would be, helpful as we look at those contracts coming up for renewal.
I see Secretary Ringgold has their light on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. I was actually going to say something else, but I will respond to that question in this. I think, yes, there are some aspects here, especially I think when we're in the middle of negotiations and there are requests or needs coming up from the union membership. And maybe we can't always solve it in the exact way that it's being asked, but this survey might give us some idea of what's the underlying need that's being expressed in the ask. And it can help us be maybe a little bit creative in trying to address the need without being able to give the exact thing that's being asked. So I think it does play, and it's a little bit tangential, but it does help us think about what might be our counter offer or what we might propose when we sit down at the negotiating table.
Thank you. Al agrees. Superintendent Bangora agrees. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to me, and it's helpful discussion to have out there.
I did want to just say, if there were no more questions or comments, I did just want to say this is our third year. So this is our third time, not our third year. And so we are actually seeing trends now, not just kind of 2 data points. Now we've got 3 data points, so we can see where they're moving. And this is pretty exciting to us. And, Perceptics has a way of breaking this down where it takes kind of the scariness out of it, right? Pick an item, do 2 things about it. Don't come up with those by yourself. Ask other people what those 2 things should be, and then talk about it 3 more times. And I will say we actually, I think, saw some progress between 23 and now because we're implementing that a little bit more. The first survey was tough because we hit COVID, world changed. It was difficult to do much of anything but kind of survive during that time. But I think we're pretty excited to see what we're able to do now that we're getting this on a regular rhythm, and we're seeing that, this might not be as hard as we thought to make improvements by just following the rhythm that Perceptics is laying out for us. So, Commissioners, your input tonight was super helpful. I really appreciate that too, and you're bringing your world experiences into this, so thank you.
Well, yeah, and I can say I've been at MAPE representing state employees, so another public sector employer, in fact, the largest in the state, and debatably the largest employer. And the state doesn't do a very good job of the same exact task of surveying the workforce and implementing that sort of thing. And then I'll just not name the agency, but there was an agency that did a survey. It came back horrendous. And then they went on to implement something called the culture of respect, which failed miserably because it was used as a cudgel largely, and we saw it just showing up in discipline. So I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but it's a good practice. It's good to see the trends. It's really helpful to have this discussion and ongoing. It's a good practice, and other public, like, that's part of being employer of choice, is and moving that way is being public, transparent, and setting some best practices. I think we're on our way with this, so it feels good with that. I will adjourn the Committee of Employee Relations, which I believe ends our business for tonight.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.